guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The U.S. Supreme Court is ruling against the state of Texas, paving the way for razor wire erected at the southern border in Eagle Pass to be taken down by Border Patrol officers. Meanwhile, President Biden is repeating his call for more border security funding from Congress. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott says more money is not the solution. He asserts the Biden administration must address its border policy.
Trump put in place 4 policies that led to a secure border, and when Biden came into office, he eliminated those 4 policies.
Meanwhile, today, news a bipartisan $14 billion immigration proposal may be coming together in D.C. Biden administration officials say there needs to be more funding for things like Border Patrol agents and more asylum court judges. Former President Trump is stopping in on primary voters in New Hampshire as they cast votes in that state's first in the nation GOP presidential primary election.
We may stop at one more, and nobody knew we were coming. This is pretty amazing.
It's a 2-person race in New Hampshire between Trump and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Most of the recently dropped out candidates have all lined up behind Trump to receive the GOP nomination. All this as Trump continues to face pressing legal matters. Democrats are dialing in on the issue of abortion as the election season rolls forward. Nearly 2 years since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, there is a new initiative marking 51 years since the landmark court decision was made to legalize abortion. Democrats like Vice President Kamala Harris say Republicans are waging an offensive against women.
In America, freedom is not to be given. It is not to be bestowed. It is ours by right.
The White House said Monday there remains an effort to pass legislation codifying abortion protections into U.S. law. At the same time, Republicans are debating the prospect of passing a federal ban. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Florida is trying to get the U.S. Supreme Court to uphold a state law there that places restrictions on social media platforms. The legislation would prevent large tech companies from banning political candidates and require the platform to create a list of content standards. The High Court previously blocked portions of the measure from taking effect, while several big tech organizations like NetChoice continue to challenge the constitutionality of it. A grand jury is indicting Alec Baldwin for a second time. USA's Tim Berg on what this means for the actor.
Alec Baldwin is facing new charges in the death of Helena Hutchinson on the set of Rust. Baldwin could face up to a year and a half in prison under New Mexico law after a grand jury indicted him on a fourth-degree felony charge. As far as what this latest indictment means to Baldwin, attorney Andrew Stoltman says it's not good news.
Historically cocky, arrogant, liberal New Yorkers don't do very well in criminal trials in New Mexico. So I think he faces real legal peril.
This year's class of Baseball Hall of Fame inductees will be unveiled today. The Baseball Writers Association of America will announce the results of voting at 6 p.m. Eastern. This year's group of inductees will join manager Jim Leyland, who was already voted in by the Contemporary Baseball Era Committee last month. Some of the new names appearing on this year's ballot include Adrian Beltre, Jose Bautista, Joe Mauer, and Chase Utley. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Without further ado, it is showtime. Just like that. Is it really midweek already? Well, indeed, as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, we are turning the page. That would be a 24th day of January, a Wednesday. Hey, hump day coming on. So what's going on? Tell you one thing, it's a foggy night over a good chunk of the country. Dense fog advisories tonight extending from North Dakota to southern Texas. From the west to east, we can go all the way to eastern Colorado, eastern portions of New Mexico, then head east to southern Michigan, western Ohio. So pretty much the entirety, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, down into Louisiana, fog. That's because of the big warm-up that's getting underway. We've seen a lot of moisture, a lot of snow melt, the transition from freezing, bitterly cold temperatures to, well, unseasonably warmer temperatures. Welcome in. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we close out, primary day in New Hampshire. Didn't take them till literally minutes after the polls closed to declare Trump was indeed victorious over Nikki Haley in New Hampshire, a state that she said she had to win. But it appears she has no anticipation of throwing in the towel yet. They're vowing this past evening, we're going to push on to Super Tuesday. Okay, whatever you say. I don't know, it's just money, money, money. Who cares? It's only money. Well, we'll give you all the latest there. The numbers, Trump winning by double digits. Anyway, back to, travelers' weather. Some issues with travel tonight. Could see some icy conditions. We do still have winter weather advisories in central, north central, and northeastern Kansas, where the ground temperature still just close enough to where you could see some of this drizzle and fog freezing on elevated surfaces, trees, power lines. Not going to be enough to accumulate any power-threatening conditions, just the bridges, the overpasses. And, of course, you couple that with the fog in that region as well. Looking at a lot of rain, though. As I pull up the map here, we're seeing flood warnings tonight. Southeastern Texas over into western Louisiana. Flood watches extending all the way from there into northern Georgia, much of southern Tennessee. It's a persistent flow out of the Gulf of Mexico that makes those freezing conditions from just a few days ago a distant memory. Places like Houston, New Orleans, Memphis, major upward trend of the temperatures in the coming days, along with the warmth and out-of-season humidity levels, will be the continued threat of round after round of rain and even thunderstorms. Not only will the ingredients for heavy rain be in place across the South, conditions will become prime for some thunderstorm activity, maybe even during the overnight hours tonight, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Many of the same places across eastern Texas received heavy rain already early this week on Monday. You may be at the risk for some severe thunderstorms. Flash flooding may ultimately be the most widespread risk in places like College Station, Waco, Tyler, Texas tonight. Some of the stronger thunderstorms could produce some damaging winds as well. Some of these storms could pack winds gusting approaching the 80-mile-per-hour range. So that could easily bring down some trees, some localized power outages, plus the fact that the ground is already saturated from previous rounds of rain. There's the elevated risk that those wind gusts could bring down and uproot the trees. The risk of drenching thunderstorms will continue right on through the day, Wednesday across the South, expanding into the lower Mississippi River Valley, while the storms will pose a threat of localized damaging winds and flash flooding. There is one silver lining in the forecast. It will be welcome for the lower Mississippi Valley, with portions of northern Louisiana, northwest Mississippi, which has been in exceptional drought conditions. All right, a widespread area of the South is going to tally up rainfall totals well over an inch in the coming days, even higher amounts for eastern Texas through much of Louisiana, southern Arkansas, Mississippi, northern Alabama, and southern Tennessee. There is a zone where between now and Thursday, kind of focused on much of central and northern Louisiana, the southern portions of Arkansas. They're saying rainfall totals could approach a foot, up to 12 inches of rain in some areas. Now, the rain's going to shift into the southeast by the time we get ready for the weekend Friday, before another storm gathers in the lower Mississippi River Valley late Friday night or Saturday. That's going to bring yet another round of rains to the already drenched areas for this upcoming weekend. Maybe a brief reprieve from the wet weather by early next week. Some drier conditions finally expected to take place and maybe last for a few days there. Now, the same storm that's impacting the south central states at this hour, that was a storm that moved ashore in Southern California earlier this week, bringing literally more than a month's worth of rain in a single day's time. We had mudslides, evacuations, water rescues in Southern California on Monday. The video coming in showing cars underwater floating away in parts of San Diego, which was one of the areas hit the hardest by the deluge. Multiple states of emergency were declared across San Diego County. One Mountain View resident spoke to the ABC affiliate there and says, "I've never seen anything like this in San Diego." Just southeast of downtown, hundreds of families were rescued after a creek overflowed there. State of emergency was declared in San Diego with the extreme rainfall. Emergency responders continued to address the impacts around the clock, according to the mayor there. Over 5 inches of rain fell northeast of downtown San Diego, which triggered the intense flooding there. At the city's airport, right at 2 3/4 inches was measured. That sets a record for the most rainfall on any January day. Monday also ranked as the 4th wettest day on record overall. The historical average rain in San Diego for the entire month of January is just shy of 2 inches. So with those obviously picking up 2 3/4 to as much as 5 inches of rain, what a mess it was. But the rounds of rain will watch continue to expand over the south central and eventually headed off to the southeastern USA. But the warm-up, that's the big one. What are we seeing? 40 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. Not bad. High temperatures continue to warm. We'll see widespread 40s, 50s, 60s, and areas, say, from Atlanta to Charlotte, North Carolina, may approach the 70-degree mark here over the next couple of days as we head to Thursday and Friday. Give you more on the warmer temperatures coming up here, again, on a foggy night for a good portion of the country. Hello to Philly Dan as we roll into Wednesday already, he says. Well, drivers, keep on humping, hump day. Rubber duck, yippee. People with common sense to communicate with. That's a good thing. Rubber duck, I saw that post you made. The Hotshot Secret had made a little post saying, show us your Hotshot Secret stickers on your vehicles. Rubber Duck posts a photograph of a car that's buried in about 8 inches of snow. And of course, you can't see anything. And he says, it's on there. I promise. It's underneath. Hello to Joe. Joseph, Morning, Steve, all the Overnight Drive listeners. 33 degrees in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Crazy weather week. We were at 6 degrees Monday morning. 50 degrees by Tuesday afternoon. I guess now we're just waiting on the rain and the rest of the week, and they're talking near 60 on Friday. Yes, indeed. There's your warm-up. Everybody have a good night. Enjoy your warmer temperatures. The January thaw, as they call it. Marianne, good morning, Steve, the Overnight family. I've got to be going to the doctor for the upcoming day. It's just a checkup. Hope all goes well there, Marianne. Good afternoon, Larry on board. Hammer down, be safe, 35 at the New York-Connecticut state line as we head to Hartford tonight. Now, there are a few snowflakes in the air. Yeah, there are still some winter weather advisories there in the northeasternmost reaches of the country there tonight. Right around that freezing mark, right? Shorty is rolling I-77 northbound Mount Airy, North Carolina tonight. Columbus bound with 41 degrees. Michael says, good evening from West Monroe, Louisiana, 64 degrees. Heavy rain coming down. Yes, indeed, heavy rain. Jeff says, good morning, Steve. Ready to ride along with all your buddies there. That's Jeff in New York City. Good to have you on for you. Yeah, you can say ride along with your buddies. Just don't say good buddy. Hello, Pappy. 42 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. What day is it? What day is it? Hopefully, horse feathers will let us know. All us nocturnal listeners know what time it is. It's the midnight hour. The hotshot secret hidden bunker deep beneath the earth crust is powered up. And Mr. Summers threw the switch. The airwaves are open at 844-844-3388. That's the digits to join the show. Fog is thick as molasses in some areas. In the wintertime, visibility in this region, southwest Ohio, minimal at this hour. So I would not say hammer down, just maybe back off the throttle a tad, keep it between the spotted and the solid. Are you with me? Hello to Terry, I-75 northbound Toledo, Ohio, finally got out of the rain. 6 days in the worst illness known to the human race, the dreaded man cold. I'm running at about 80% now. Everybody be safe out there. That's Terry from Canada. Yeah, I saw you forwarded that story out of Canada. I had that in my mix here. Going all the way back to the People's Convoy, remember a couple of years ago? They're still investigating that. And according to the judge in Canada, the premier, Justin, the premier, overstepped his bounds. Can you believe that? Unconstitutional. Tell you what the judge had to say this past day. Most of us knew everything. I mean, that was total, complete overreach, what they were doing to the truck drivers there in Canada. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, overcast in Buchanan, Virginia, but the moon's still shining through. Got 43 degrees, which is a big improvement over last night and much better than what we had over the weekend. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Copy of the mail, 5-7. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 54 degrees, New Bern, Tennessee. Just unloaded at Jimmy Dean. Now we're spurring this powerful chrome-plated cow truck for Hopkinsville, Kentucky tonight. We'll be loading steers in a few hours, headed for Nebraska. Fog and rain makes for an epic night. A special one-night-only shout-out to the one and only Eagle. There you go. All right. Tracy, the Queen City, headed toward Wilmington, Ohio tonight. Eskimo Mom, hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy hump day, whatever day it is for you. Running this wild Tuesday tonight. Got a Muncie to start. Who knows what we've got after that. I'm loving the milder weather, though, but this dense fog sucks. We're foggy, 44 degrees on US 35 in the state of Indiana. Everybody be safe out there. And Joe just chimed in, 65 degrees down here at the Chattahoochee. Love those warmer temperatures. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see. Eskimo Mom forwarded to me earlier this past evening. A little incident occurred. A train derailment. Train carrying ethanol, which derailed in Dark County this past afternoon. A little after 12:20, Greenville Police and Fire called to the intersection of State Route 571 near State Route 49, right next to the Shell gas station. Reports of a train derailment. Police on scene said the train was coming from an ethanol plant in Greenville, but what we know is 3 tankers that were fully loaded with ethanol and several others jumped the tracks. Photographs I saw showed at least one of those tanker cars on its side. Greenville police said there is no threat, no hazmat issues that they were aware of at the time. I guess the cars had not ruptured. But Greenville police did say the cleanup crew, the train line R.J. Coleman, will not be arriving on that scene until sometime later this Wednesday morning to begin the process of moving those derailed cars. So crews are on the scene, and police will be there through the entire overnight hours to redirect traffic there. I don't think it's a major thoroughfare, major intersection, but if you're familiar with that, I guess there were some concerns, obviously telling people to stay away from the area. Primary day, New Hampshire, the first in the state. Donald Trump was given the projected victory in the New Hampshire Republican primary right at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Some of the polls closed at 7, the rest closed at 8. Trump winning New Hampshire's first in the nation Republican primary, while President Biden did win the Democrat primary, despite having to rely on write-in votes and skipping out on the campaign in that state. But Trump's victory in Iowa last week, as we know, was the historic landslide, record margins. But the more independent state of New Hampshire figured to be better ground for Nikki Haley, the former South Carolina governor. It was, but still, Trump pulled off the rare back-to-back victories in the first-in-the-nation caucus and primary states. Now, the margin of victory still not totally clear. I think there's still some numbers coming in. But he was pulling more than 55% support, holding a double-digit lead over Haley. Trump is the first Republican to sweep competitive votes in both Iowa and New Hampshire, believe it or not, since 1976. That's when those two states cemented their status as the first nominating contests. Haley said she had to win New Hampshire. Trump taking to Truth Social, stating she didn't. Now, the Iowa victory knocked out the rest of the field. Nikki came up short in her effort to carry any momentum into her home state of South Carolina next month. Now, Trump's expected to roll in the February 8th Nevada caucus uncontested. I'm kind of confused about Nevada. They say Haley is not on the caucus ballot, but is on the ballot for the state-run Nevada primary on February the 6th. But no Republican delegates are actually at stake in the primary. New Hampshire, first in the nation. It is not last in the nation. In her speech this past evening, Nikki Haley said, "The race is far from over." All right. I'm a fighter, and I'm scrappy, and now we're the last one standing next to Donald Trump. Trump responded via Truth Social, apparently when she was actually speaking. Delusional. She came in third last week. Anyway, on the Democrat side, Biden supporters indeed mounted a write-in campaign on behalf to avoid a loss, even though the contest awards no delegates, because it violates the national party rules that he pushed for. Now, the Biden campaign did respond, stating, quote, "Tonight's results confirm Donald Trump has all but locked up the Republican nomination, and the election-denying anti-freedom MAGA movement has completed its takeover of the Republican Party. The results will likely increase calls from some Republicans for Haley to drop out of the race, although her campaign vowed in a memo this past day that they plan to push forward until Super Tuesday, which is in early March. That's when Republicans in 15 states and one territory vote on the same day. Some of those who may be calling for her to go ahead, come on, Nikki, there is no path. I mean, you were hoping for the upset in New Hampshire. Some of the polls, some of them had them in a dead heat. But obviously, with a 10% plus margin loss for Nikki Haley there, polls in South Carolina, her home state, have Trump polling 30 points ahead of Nikki Haley there. I mean, you just kind of face the facts is what I guess you'd have to say. All right, Double R, where'd you go? Maybe dial us back up. We got to get the news break, though. So, jump on in. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is stopping in on primary voters in New Hampshire as they cast votes in that state's first-in-the-nation presidential primary election. Trump has maintained a strong lead in the most recent polls.
Nobody gets crowds like this. They want to see our country be great again. It's very simple.
It's a two-person race in New Hampshire between Trump and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Most of the recently dropped-out candidates have lined up behind Trump to receive the GOP nomination. Freezing rain and snow are expected to cause travel headaches across the central U.S. through Wednesday. The National Weather Service warning of possible icy roads and power outages from the Midwest to the Northeast. So far, roughly 11,000 utility customers are reported to be without power in Texas. No other widespread power outages were reported as of late Tuesday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all-natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, where are we at here? First off, we're closing out a Tuesday. Hump Day coming on. Good to have you with us. Safe travels out there. So we did say hello to Double R. He's on board. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 49 degrees tonight. Sounds like I'm going to be loading and driving in the rain tomorrow, headed to Orlando. Nice thing, though, is it's going to be highs in the 70s. Upper 70s, lower 80s. So I packed my short pants. Yeehaw. I had to get up pretty early on Monday to take my pickup in for a software recall on the emissions. Well, Trump wins New Hampshire. How about that? I'll be hitting the bed soon as I got to get up and load earlier tomorrow than I originally planned. Just have to hang out in Florida until I unload Thursday at 5 in the afternoon. Then we'll pick it back up Friday at noon and head on back. We are indeed starting to get a little busier. That's a good thing. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. And I mentioned the Nevada thing. I said, a caucus and a primary. I wasn't. Tracy said the Nevada caucus is the only one that matters. Now that it's a caucus state, Democrats and Republicans came up with the primary. And you got to choose which one you want to be on. Now, obviously, if you want to carry Nevada, you're going to have to be on the caucus, which is what Trump did. You can't be on both. Whoever wins the primary, it means absolutely nothing. You have to win the caucus. Okay, that's why they would hold both. He goes on to say it's a caucus state. The caucus is the only thing that matters. All right. Looks like he said Nikki knew she would not be able to beat Trump in Nevada because he's polling at like 95%. So that's she's not even going to be heading out there, is she? It'd be pretty much a waste of time, I guess. It matters not because she's not going to be on the caucus. All right. It is 844-844-3388. As the endorsements for Donald Trump continue to roll in, Senator John Cornyn of Texas, longtime senator, endorsed Trump for the Republican nomination this past evening, just minutes after he was projected by the Decision Desk headquarters to win the New Hampshire primary. Cornyn says, quote, "I've seen enough. To beat Biden, Republicans need to unite around a single candidate, and it's clear that President Trump is Republican voters' choice. Now, he posted this like 8:05 p.m. 4 more years of failed domestic policies like the Biden border crisis, record high inflation, failed foreign policies that have emboldened our adversaries and make the world a more dangerous place must be stopped. I'm proud of our accomplishments in President Trump's first term, including the confirmation of 234 federal judges, including 3 members of the United States Supreme Court, passing historic tax reform, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, unleashing our energy potential, ushering in the best economy for all Americans in my lifetime. I will be continuing to work to elect a Republican Senate majority and to elect President Trump in 2024. Again, that statement from Senator Cornyn out of Texas, who had been kind of, I guess, waiting on the sidelines to see how things with the Iowa caucus and now New Hampshire. I think he sees what's in the offing. Well, there he is, Double R. Hi there.
Hi, Steve. Happy hump day to you, brother. How you doing?
Doing well.
Now, I didn't mean to hang up on you. I pulled over to check my load, and we had a homeless guy walk up to our truck, and he tried to get some money, to get him something to eat.
Yeah.
I said, "What, are you hungry?" He said, "Yeah." Well, Nita made him a couple bologna sandwiches, and we gave him a bag of chips and some Ritz peanut butter crackers and a Pepsi, and he started, "Oh, bless you, bless you." He took off, man. He's over sitting down eating, so I'm glad we helped him out.
There you go. All right. Yeah. So, I mean,
that's what.
If somebody's actually hungry, I mean, you never know when they're asking if they want the money. Then sometimes when you offer them food, they're like, no, I need money. So he was really hungry. That's good.
No, he was, we don't mind helping them with the food.
Yep.
I mean, we'll go in and we'll buy it and give it to them. We will not give out no money to nobody no more. It's a shame that people have to lie to get money, but I had a woman, I was getting fuel, and she had her daughter with her, probably about 6 years old. Said, "I need to get some food for my daughter." And I said, well, I gave her a $20 bill. That was my fault. And by the time I got my fuel and got back in the truck, she's sitting over there on the hood of her car drinking a damn quart of Coors Light, and I thought, that piece of shit.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
pissed me off. And from that day on, we just don't do it no more, But, I help them. But I'm glad Trump's on a roll. I hope he keeps it up. That's why I was calling in, and I just wanted to call in and say hi to you. I've been listening every night. I told Sis that. We talked to her yesterday for about, I don't know, what was it, Nita? About an hour and a half? About an hour and a half. And, but anyhow, I just called in to say hi, Steve. I'm not going to tie your line up. I'm out here listening. I listen to you every night.
All right. Well, hey, great to hear from you. You made it.
Yeah.
See, I think the other night you were in Arizona, and I don't know, you were going to be headed east. Did you get into some of that nasty weather?
No, sir, I didn't. In fact, I'm in California right now. I'm towing another truck up to one of our drivers. His wiring harness caught fire, so I'm towing a truck up to him, and then I'm going to pick his truck up and tow it back to Chandler, Arizona. We got about 60 trucks in Chandler, Arizona waiting on the Barrett Jackson cars to get ready to start coming out.
Yeah.
And we're going to start delivering them, but people's just not spending the money on the cars this year, Steve, for some unknown reason. The latest I heard on these cars, the classic cars that are going through the auction, normally, they'll go for big money, $60,000, $120,000, $400,000. But hell, they're just barely busting over $20,000.
Wow.
People's not spending the money. But of course, they haven't got the big car, the nice ones in there yet.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, that's what we're doing. I'm just going over here to help this driver and get him. Get him back on the road, and I'll hook up to my trailer and sit there and wait on Barrett to come out, and we'll start delivering them to the happy new owners. That's what I'm doing.
All right.
But,
well, hey, good to hear from you.
Hey.
Tell Nita. Yeah, go ahead.
I will. I got a question for you. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Did you hang
Yeah,
up?
over here.
That gentleman that called in the other day was talking about his. He done that COVID test. What was his symptoms? He said he wasn't sick, but he had a cough.
I think that was Captain Ron the other morning, wasn't it? When
Yeah, it was. It was.
His
It was
wife.
yeah.
His wife had COVID like last week, the week before,
Oh,
whatever.
okay.
So he said all I had was kind of like a runny nose and a little bit of a cough. He said, yeah, maybe a little bit of fatigue, but he said it just felt more like a common cold. But nonetheless, since his wife had it, he went ahead and tested for it, and he was positive.
Oh, okay. I was kind of wondering because I developed a damn real bad cough, and it chokes me all the time and wakes me up in my sleep. And
Really?
I think it's these damn old cigarettes. I need to throw them down, but I think we all do. But it is what it is.
Yes, sir.
But anyhow, I'm listening to you, brother. Everybody be safe tonight. We love every one of y'all. Y'all be good, and I'll stay in touch with you, Steve. We'll talk with you, bud.
Good to hear from you. Double R, safe travels out there. All right, prices at the pump. What do we got? Declining fuel prices remain the norm for most regions, according to the latest numbers from ProMiles. Latest national average for a gallon of diesel as of Monday was $3.85 per gallon. Now, that's less than a penny change, so you can pretty much say the price held steady over the past week. There were some declines, though. The biggest declines were out west, with the West Coast region reporting a drop of about 8 cents. California region was down just shy of 7 cents. And the Rocky Mountain and West Coast, without California, saw drops between 4 and 5 cents per gallon. As far as increases, the Gulf Coast was up by about 2.5 cents. Midwest reported a jump of a penny. Lower Atlantic, East Coast region, increases of less than 1 cent per gallon. So nothing dramatic out there, no big changes. In the meantime, it's 844-844-3388. A lot of interesting things to throw your way tonight. One of which we will share the actual audio of a conversation and how this recording came to fruition. I'm not exactly sure. But it's a conversation between one Kari Lake, who is running for the Senate seat there in the state of Arizona, right? She's having a conversation with the Arizona Republican Party chairperson, guy by the name of Jeff DeWitt. Now, of course, Kari Lake is very closely aligned with former President Trump. Kari was in Iowa campaigning for the caucus for Trump. Yesterday, she was in New Hampshire campaigning for Trump. There's been some speculation of Kari possibly being picked as a vice presidential candidate. Kari actually addressed that this past day in New Hampshire. But the real bombshell is the recording where Jeff DeWitt, again, the Arizona Republican Party chair, sits down in a room with Kari, and it's a very casual conversation. You can tell they're having some snacks, eating some chips or whatever. You can hear in Kari's voice sometimes she's chewing on a chip or whatever. But this guy's telling her we're hearing, he's getting phone calls from back east, as he put it, a.k.a. Washington, D.C., and all but attempts to bribe her into not disappearing, but just maybe stepping to the side for 2 years. Literally, no, you don't have to disappear. Just step aside. So it's very disturbing. My question is, he says, I'm hearing from back east. He refused. She asked, well, who are we hearing from? Don't worry about who, but offering money. You don't have to disappear if you get the gist, which to me would say, I would expect this is probably the Republican elite. Yeah, the status quo Republicans in D.C. Who fear Kari Lake because, of course, she's a MAGA Republican. Yeah, she's all on board with Donald Trump. And she pretty much nails it. She said, they want to stop me. This is ultimately their goal, to stop Trump. It's about a 5-minute conversation. Yes, Pappy, I'm going to play the full conversation. I think some media outlets are just maybe pulling out the highlights where he maybe alludes to some money. Yeah, we got the full conversation. So stay tuned for that. First, quick time out. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So first things first, Kari Lake in New Hampshire this past day was actually asked about the possibility of being picked by Trump. Newsmax reports there's a lot of speculation about Trump's eventual running mate, including Arizona senatorial candidate Kari Lake. But she said she plans to be on the floor of the U.S. Senate as a newly elected official come Inauguration Day. It's premature to speculate on who Trump's going to choose. She said, I'm not looking to you to figure that out. The people of Arizona will figure it out. I appreciate your speculation, but I see myself on Inauguration Day standing on the floor of the United States Senate. That's where I envision myself. Now, she did go on to say that I will do everything I can to help President Trump and everything I can to help my country. But whoever he picks will be a great choice. Whoever he picks, I will be there on Election Day with bells and whistles and first in line to vote for President Trump. And whoever's right below him on that ticket for vice president. She was in New Hampshire this past day campaigning for Trump there. We'll hold the audio of that conversation, which Let me just give you a little breakdown. It's being described as a bombshell development. Audio obtained by the Daily Mail. What appears to be a high-stakes political maneuver by Republican elites, capturing the conversation between Jeff DeWitt and Kari Lake. DeWitt can be heard discussing a proposition with Kari, asking her to, name your price, to step back from politics for 2 years. Now, this request, they say, if proven true, well, you've got the audio. I don't know, how could there be any question about it? But this suggests an attempt to influence the political landscape by sidelining a key player in the state's Senate race there. Kari's the rising star in the Republican Party, staunch supporter of Trump's America First agenda. She's known for her populist views. She's got a significant support base, but this attempt to sideline her, as alleged in the recording, that would be big, a significant move we're talking inside the Republican Party, indicating that the Republican establishment is willing to go to great lengths to push out Trump and his top allies. That's what it's all about. Now, the emergence of the audio has the potential to significantly impact the dynamics of the Arizona Republican Party, particularly when it comes to this upcoming Senate race there. But undoubtedly, it raises questions about the ethical and legal implications of even making an offer like this. At one point, he even alluded to, he said, he was asked by back east. Whoever it is, who is it in D.C. trying to pull the strings here? Can't we find some corporation to put her on the payroll? Money, money, money. So you'll make plenty of money, but just step aside for a couple of years. Can't make this stuff up, but, if there was any question in anyone's mind, just how deep the corruption in the swamp runs, how these things take place behind the scenes in one's own party. It's 844-844-3388. Scary stuff. Hello, 5-7.
And after that story, the first thing comes up is Mr. Barr. Come in hot and heavy, and all of a sudden he's fighting the president. Look how many more that turned on the president. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the country was doing well, but for some reason, everybody wanted to turn around and stab the man in the back. Also, Canada, that from Canadian Kari. I'm glad to hear things are catching up, or at least the judge stood up. I still got to wonder what about the drivers that had their truck confiscated and sold on the market?
Yeah, and their bank accounts frozen.
Bank accounts frozen. What about the waitress that just a single mother that her bank account was frozen just because she donated some money? There's a lot of Canadians involved in this that don't even drive a truck. So that's just the start of the story. How many lives were ruined, and how are they going to get restored? Now, the reason why I called, which is good because you led into it, I think after South Carolina, maybe it's time that we get people getting ready to talk to the right people and start pulling passports, like, Merrick Garland, Hillary, Bill Clinton, get enough power in there, and the only way to do this stuff, is to get the House and the Senate too. But find out about the Clinton thing here in New York City, see where where all that. Do some investigation. Hey, they opened up the door for this thing, and but right there, you said it. the Republican Party, the Cheneys. I mean, find out what the Cheneys are doing to influence our elections and to override the vote of the people.
Yep.
And we already seen what's her name, the corruption in that. Not alone, if you go down the list, there's a lot of, what about the judicial corruption? I mean, there's a lot of nervous judges out there right now. They're the ones that probably were staying up late watching the results.
Right.
They're getting a little bit nervous. So,
hey, if you get a chance,
like I said,
we might get a follow-up. Give us some maybe feedback. Yeah, a little later. I'm curious to what folks think about when we hear this conversation coming up in our next hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. In a narrow 5-4 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court is granting the Biden administration's request to overturn a lower court ruling that allowed Texas to erect razor wire to deter migrants at the southern border. This paves the way for the razor wire to be removed by Border Patrol agents. At the same time, Supreme Court justices did not overturn rulings in support of the Texas floating border wall in the Rio Grande River. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joined the court's 3 liberal members in the ruling. Former President Donald Trump getting primetime interview coverage on Fox News ahead of the New Hampshire primaries. During a Trump interview with host Sean Hannity last night, the former president railed against President Biden's policies at the southern border.
They come in totally unchecked, they call it unvetted. They're pouring into our country now, and they're coming from prisons, mental institutions, and you have a lot of terrorists coming in.
Trump also accused Biden of weaponizing the Justice Department to hurt him politically. As he made that claim, Trump also said it doesn't matter and that voters are rallying behind him anyway. The Biden administration is forgiving more student loan debt.
The Biden administration is forgiving nearly $5 billion in student debt for around 74,000 Americans. The White House saying more than half of the borrowers eligible for the debt relief are teachers, nurses, firefighters, and others who worked in public sector jobs for more than a decade.
USA's Tim Berg. The U.S. Navy is identifying 2 Navy SEALs who are now presumed dead after they went missing in the waters of the Gulf of Aden near Somalia. The Navy says Christopher Chambers and Nathan Ingram vanished earlier this month as they deployed on a special covert mission to capture Iranian missile parts on their way to Yemen. One SEAL fell into rough waters, the other tried to rescue him. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Florida is trying to get the U.S. Supreme Court to uphold a state law that places restrictions on social media platforms. The legislation would prevent large tech companies from banning political candidates and require the platforms to create a list of content standards. The High Court previously blocked portions of the measure from taking effect, while several big tech organizations continue to challenge the constitutionality of it. Millions of cicadas are expected to arrive in the United States later on this year.
2 broods are ready to converge on the U.S. at the same time. This spring, the Midwest and Southeast will be taken over by cicadas in droves. The Great Southern Brood and the Northern Illinois Brood will be part of a dual emergence. The last time they lined up, Thomas Jefferson was president, and after this spring, it will be another 221 years before it happens again.
USA's Corey Myers. United Airlines forecasting a first quarter loss after the FAA grounded Boeing 737 MAX 9 jets this month. Both United and Alaska Airlines have had to cancel hundreds of flights because of the door plug near disaster weeks ago. Get ready for one more from the Piano Man. Billy Joel, set to release his first new single in almost 2 decades. Turn the Lights Back On. It'll hit music outlets everywhere on February 1st. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, here we go. Round number 2. Everybody ready? Rolling into a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Yeah, dealing with a lot of rain, a lot of flooding, but warming things up as these rounds of rain expand over the east between now and the end of the week. It is the January thaw. Temperatures trending well above average. We may even set a few daily record highs. Yeah, the last pocket of Arctic air in the lower 48 is going to skip off the New England coast here as we head into Wednesday. That Air's going to be cold enough, just long enough to allow we'll see some ice and some snow into the day Wednesday in parts of New England. But from there, the temperatures are going to be trending warmer on into Friday for 200 million people from the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic coast. And it'll be pretty dramatic, making it feel like a totally different season compared to where we were last week and earlier this week. Yes, it may be a bit of a disappointment for the skiers and the snowboarders or the snowplow contractors. But everybody else, property owners, highway departments, get a chance to catch their breath here. Where we had highs from near zero to the 20s and 30s a few days ago, we're going to swap that with highs 40s, 50s, and even 60s before the weekends. Hello, Chicago. You'll have several days this week with highs near 40, about 10 degrees above average. Temperatures may get within a few degrees of 60 in New York City by Friday, 20 above average. A few locations down into the interior southeast, Charlotte, Atlanta, you may approach the 70-degree mark. How about that? Now, there will be a handful of locations that set some daily record highs. And those same cloudy conditions during the day will help keep those temperatures elevated at night, acting like a blanket over the atmosphere. So we could see some record high low temperatures here as we head toward the latter part of the week. Looks like the peak of the warmer temperatures Thursday and Friday, when the combination of daytime and nighttime temperatures results in readings 10 to 25 degrees above average for this time of year. There you go. Well, the trade-off is we're also going to see rainfall, and of course, a lot of that snow cover is going to be gone. Elevated risk for flooding, especially in areas where more than a few inches of snow currently covers the ground. As the streams and the rivers continue to run high from before the big freeze a few weeks ago, wouldn't take much rain to send some of the smaller streams out of their banks, and pretty significant rises on some of the secondary rivers, especially where you've got some ice jams that have developed. Once we get through the warm-up there, beyond Friday, another storm is going to roll northeastward from Texas this weekend. Conditions along the way for much of that storm will allow yet another round of rain and flooding for the southern and eastern states. But we may see another shot of fresh, cold air as it moves through parts of the Midwest and Northeast. We could be again talking some accumulating snow in some places. Now, even though the snapback to the cold weather may be kind of dramatic later this weekend into early next week, this outbreak will be much more brief compared to the duration of the Arctic outbreak we had in mid-January. So looking forward to the warm-up. All right, it is 844-844-3380. I tell you what, for those that are on hold maybe at the moment, when I play I'm going to share this audio with the audience. The Kari Lake and the chair of the Arizona Republican Party. You'll maybe need to turn your volume up a little bit on the app or your radio. Some of the audio is a little bit muffled. Obviously, I don't know if it's a hidden microphone. I don't know if Kari actually used her smartphone to record this conversation. Is she recording everything? All of her conversations as her own kind of a CYA sort of thing? Which I don't know exactly how this recording was captured. But obviously it's leaked out to the Daily. If you're on hold, you won't be able to hear the audio. So maybe hang up and dial us back up after this plays. But pretty astounding stuff. I mean, toward the end in particular, and I love the way Kari responds in this conversation. I cannot be bought. I'm not for sale. I'm not going to let these people who hate our effing country tell me not to run. I won't let them do it. You should actually call them and tell them to get behind me, she says. Again, it's about a 5-minute conversation, so let's just take a listen in here.
So what's going on? I'm assuming this is our friend.
This is back east. There are very powerful people who want to keep you out.
I know they do.
But they're willing to put their money where their mouth is in a big way. So, this conversation never happened.
This is crazy, though. They should want me. I'm a great candidate. People love me. These people are corrupt.
Well, maybe you're right.
They are right. They are corrupt.
Maybe. This never happened. Don't go. Do you ever though? I'll get myself in trouble. This, if you say no, which is fine, it's your choice. Don't tell people.
They're gonna try to have me murdered.
Not either. Today's world, man. If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, man. They said the cartel's operating in 50 states right now, like all 50. You know? So
what's going on? Who is it? What?
Forget the who. Let me just tell you the what. Let's just say there are people calling around saying, "Gosh, no, they can't repeat this. Never repeat this. If you say no, don't. Because say I got offered to buy out. Don't use it. Because then we lose our ability to get things done in the future."
Here's my problem. Rather than just say, let's work with her, she's a great candidate. Because they don't own me. And it pisses me off.
Yeah, I said I know it's about ownership.
It's about control.
I know it's about control. It's about being on the team. I guess that's, you know what I mean?
They want to be on the team.
They want you to be on their team.
But
Just team. You know?
But if they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that. So what do they want? What do they want me to do?
You want to stay out for 2 years. What? I'll tell you what I can offer you. But I said you can do whatever you want. It's talking head, this and that. So the ask of me was, it's kind of funny. So the ask I got today from back east was, is there any companies out there or something that could just put her on the payroll and give her to keep her out? And I said, well, what are you willing to do? Like, whatever we need to do.
This is about defeating Trump. And I think that's a bad thing for our country. DeSantis is not America First. This is about the final death blow to Trump. And I don't think that's good for our country.
And you know I love Trump. I love Trump.
It's not good for our country, Jeff.
It's not, but at the same time, I'm not even sure Trump can win again. I don't know that he can win again. I think what it really comes down to for a lot of people, it's not really about like control or agenda. It's just about the ability to raise money to win. You know, if you really want to know, all of politics boils down to money. I think. I always believe that. And even on their end, like what makes them the most money.
I know. All these consultants don't want their payday to end. And I don't want to make a deal with these kind of people. This is a hill worth dying on. I'm not, if they're going to steal the election to make me and our movement go away, I'm not letting them do that. I owe it to the people of Arizona.
Or
to carry their torch and their voice.
Or you don't go away, but you pause.
This is the battles right now, Jeff.
And then you fill your coffers.
No, the battle is right now. The battle is right now, and we don't have time to pause on this battlefield.
You're not. You can't scratch their back. It's not afraid of you.
Yeah.
You don't have anything to offer them, and they're sitting around people that have stuff to offer them. You know what I mean? It's just it's a back scratching club. That's all DC is. It's a big back scratching club. You're in no position to scratch anybody's back, and you've already made it known that if you get there, you're not going to scratch anybody's back. I don't scratch people's back. You know, I've been on the outs for a lot of people for a long time because I don't scratch backs. You know, where are we in 2 years if they steal the election again?
Listen to what you're saying. Why don't we do something about it so that we the people can pick our?
What can we do?
I'm not willing to accept that, and I'm going to be the biggest pain in these people's. Go back and tell them that. I'm running, and I'm going to be the biggest pain in their.
I'm not willing to tell them that.
And they're going to have to kill me to stop me.
I know. Look, and
you don't have to tell.
Did you catch that at the very end? You go back and tell them I'm running. I'm going to be the biggest effing pain in the you-know-what. Go tell them that. And then she goes on to say, they're going to have to kill me to keep me from running. She did go on to say, you don't have to tell them that. What's going on? This is from back east. This is the swamp in D.C. getting a hold of the chair of the Republican Party to sit down and converse with Kerry. Hey, you don't have to disappear. You don't have to get out of politics entirely. Just step aside for a couple years so they can maintain their control. Is there a number, he says? You can take a pause for a couple of years. No, she says, 10 million, 20 million, $1 billion. This is not about money. This is about our country. I think it's disturbing that they would even, that anybody would think of this. Wow. I'm not going to let these people who hate our effing country tell me not to run. Not going to let these people who hate our country. You should call them and tell them to get behind me. That's pretty big. Yeah. How do you find out? How do you get the rest of the story? I don't know that there's been any response from the chair of the Republican Party. Yeah, Jeff DeWitt. What's he thinking about this conversation being leaked out for the rest of the world to hear? Anybody going to question him? Who did you hear from, Jeff? Who called you? Who's suggesting these kind of things? I mean, we're talking the leadership in our nation's capital, trying to control behind the scenes, trying to manipulate. And Kerry, she used the words, they're going to steal the election again. Again were her words. Not once, but twice. Again. I'm not going to let them do it. She suggests we should stop this. And he's like, well, what can we do? Well, Jeff, you could let the truth be known to all. Jeff, you know who you conversed with. You know who made the suggestion. Hey, can we find some big corporation to put on? It's like Hunter Biden and Burisma. Why was Hunter on the board of Burisma? It was all political pay to play. It was a scheme. But apparently this stuff's going on all over the place. Republican, Democrat, I don't think it matters. Either side of the aisle. The swamp is deep. You can't make this stuff up. This is earth-shattering. We'll get to your calls. What do you think? What's your take? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I think there's one thing for certain that can be ascertained by that conversation is that Kari Lake would not be a turncoat, a backstabber. One thing, you know, when Donald Trump hears this conversation, the fact that she said that this is the hill to die on. The battle is now, not 2 years from now. The battle is now. Kind of figured, Pappy, what do you think, Pappy? The corruption runs deep, my friend.
Steve, more true words have never been spoken. Listen, this is why Trump got elected. This is why he's running again. To drain this country of these people. The Democrats and the rhinos want this man out. And that's why the American people are behind this man. I don't know what Douglas can't get through his head that we talk about it till we're blue in the face. This woman, I told you a couple times that we're all going to have to pick and choose what side we're going to be on. And she just told the nation what side she's on. She's on the side of truth, respect. She can't be bought.
Let the people choose who they want. That they cannot steal the election. They cannot tell me I'm not going to run. Not right now. What's the deal with 2 years? I think she caught on to that. She said, this is all about eliminating Trump, right?
You notice she threw DeSantis' name out.
So obviously this conversation took place before Sunday, before DeSantis dropped out of the race.
Steve, I don't know if you heard Trump's speech tonight after they announced him the winner. I don't know if you caught that. I heard her speech, unedited version, earlier in the day. And when I listened to Trump, when Ramaswamy got up there, and he said, he's a good man, he has no issues. Now, DeSantis, he might have a couple issues going on here. Yeah, but that's for another day. I'm paraphrasing there, but he made some sort of comment like that he's got something in the closet. Speculating at this point, but believe you me, man, they're going to try to get to the bottom of this. Old Jeff's got some explaining to do.
Right. I mean, and he said this is from back east, so obviously it's D.C., back east, and they're trying to influence the Arizona election, right? They don't want her to become a senator in the state of Arizona because she's she's part of the MAGA. She's part of the Trump.
Yes, sir. This is one stand-up lady, Steve, and this is what I've been saying for months. I think Trump was going to maybe pick her to be vice president. She's got real American blood flowing through her veins.
I mean, I'm speculating. My suggestion was maybe she's now recording conversations like this, that she maybe just hit record on her phone, to maybe to show the world what's going on. How else would they get the recording?
Yeah, I think it's obvious she recorded it today.
Yeah,
because his voice is more distant,
and hers is very clear at some points. And you can tell when she's moving around.
Yep.
That microphone is getting wiggled.
Yep.
You know? So she recorded this, man. Make no mistake about it. This wasn't some hidden microphone, because they were in the process of walking out, and it sounded like they walked out of an office at the very end there, outside.
Yeah, and early in the conversation, there was one point early on that it sounded like she was getting up to walk out. He said, no, don't, just let me, he tried to stop her.
Did you catch another thing that was said in this conversation, Steve? About the cartel being in all 50 states?
Yeah, he mentioned that. They're going to try to hire someone to kill me, and he mentioned what he said, something about, if what they said about the cartels is true.
Mm-hmm. Steve, I was, maybe I'll call back. I don't want to take up too much of your time right now. But, man, we got to talk about the border. And it kind of falls in a little bit about what we're talking about right now. You heard her say about the globalists being involved here.
If they're pursuing a globalist agenda, I cannot go along with that. That was her quote. All right. Give us a call a bit later on there. We got to get our news break here first.
USA News Update. 7 people were found shot to death in 2 homes in the Chicago suburb of Joliet, Illinois. The suspect, Romeo Nance, died of what is believed to have been a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We finally have the names of the 2 Navy SEALs who the U.S. Navy declared dead after they went missing while conducting an operation on January 11th off the coast of Somalia. Navy Special Warfare Operator First Class Christopher Chambers, who was 37, and Navy Special Warfare Operator Second Class Nathan Gage Ingram, who was 27. The New Hampshire primary going on today to decide the GOP candidate for president. Experts saying that former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley needs to beat former President Donald Trump by at least double digit. The Senate working to gain more support for a deal on border policy. And at Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. engines. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Hello, Timothy. Checking in here on a Wednesday morning. Kevin is on board. Hello to the overnight crew. There's Glenn. Morning, Steve. All the drivers out there. It's a really nice night, 65 degrees here in Florida. Let's see, Roy. Going back to the conversation with Carrie Lake there, he said, Steve, maybe she should have played along with it for a while. Yeah, maybe try to catch whomever was behind the scenes. All right. Dirty Harry. Good morning, everybody. Just checking in, doing okay, still licking my wounds. I really thought the Bills would get it done. Silly me. Such a silly goose thinking the Bills could win the Super Bowl. All right. Yeah, well, what can you say? Wide right. That's all I heard. Wide right. Hey, Mike.
There you go. What day is it? What day is it, Your Honor?
Here we go. Hump day.
Yeah, again and again and again. It's kind of like, you might as well just start calling it Groundhog Day or something. It just keeps coming and going and coming and going, and it just seems like over and over. But anyway, yeah, so the guy that was trying to influence Carrie Lake there, he didn't do such a good job doing it. Do you think if he was on the Democrat side trying to do that, do you think he might have like an accidental suicide or something now that this tape has come out? I'm not saying,
yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Is he maybe he's in a little bit. I don't know how it is on the Republican side, but you know, on the Democrat side, they don't let things like that go away very easy. So I don't know. Maybe he better watch his back a little bit. But
who knows? Who knows who was behind the scenes back east, as he called it, back east. There are powerful people, and you're right. I mean, he might need to have a bit of concern about watching his own back, because whoever it was back east sure as hell doesn't want to know they were trying to influence things in that state.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's supposed to look picture perfect, and there's no, there's no voter fraud or influence or anything, and ballots don't just magic. No, that never happens, Your Honor. Everything is, no. All right. So, anyways, there's going to be a lot more discussion on this during the show, and a lot more than what I know. There's a lot more smarter people out there. So a couple of things we caught on the news there was, I guess there's been close to 24 Israeli soldiers that have been killed, and I guess it was somewhere around 20 of them were actually in the process of trying to set up ordnance to demolish a building, and the Hamas there, they sent an RPG into the building and caused it, I would assume, to detonate the ordnance that prematurely. So that was kind of a bad situation for them, and I guess there's a few others, and so anyways, that still goes on. But so I did catch in the news that we sent military into Iraq. What's going on in Iraq, Your Honor? Iran's got more going on in Iraq now. I thought we had Iraq all cleaned up, and the Iraqi government was taking good care of that. What's going on in Iraq now? Do you have any information on that?
Well, I mean, over the weekend they had, I guess, the largest attack on the U.S. forces that are there in quite some time. There was a question: were they ballistic missiles or rockets that were launched? Now there was also a question: were they launched from Iran, or were they launched in Iraq? Our forces, I guess, CENTCOM is saying they were launched from inside Iraq. So I guess we responded to where those launches came from.
All right. Well, as I say, I just happened to see a little bit on the news there last night there before we stepped out to head out to work. But anyway, we got kind of the warm up going on here. I don't know if we have to worry too much about the ice dams there in the streams around here. I haven't seen very much ice buildup at all in this area, and we didn't have the I think for as prolonged cold that they had out there. You guys had out in the Midwest, and they had up there in the Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin area. So I don't know. They must have a little bit more ice out that way. But yeah, as far as snow coverage goes, it's going quick with this, and I guess they're talking about the rain supposed to be coming around midday today, sometime midday to afternoon. So by the evening rush hour, it ought to be raining there pretty solid all the way into this time or later tomorrow morning. So guess we'll see how all that works out. I guess my truck will no longer be gray because I actually got a chance to go buy a truck wash last night, and I'm like, with the pouring rain coming, there ain't no sense pulling in and paying $100 to get the truck washed just to have it rained on the next day and get all the salt picked back up off the roads, what there is, and all that stuff. But anyway, I don't know what else we got. I think that's about got it right now. There's quite the little recording you were playing those. So, but yeah, there's a lot of swamp there to be drained, and I don't know if it's possible for one man to do it. So I don't know if he can get enough people on his side. I think he got a pretty good taste of how deep the swamp is his first 4 years there. So if he gets a chance to get back, I think he realized that he can't trust anybody. So I'm hoping he's aware of that and pays attention to that this time around if he does get back in. But looks like things are all pointing that way. I didn't ever see any final results from New Hampshire, but I would assume that Miss Nome there, she probably didn't fare as well as she was hoping to, did she?
Haley, Nikki. No, Nikki did not.
No, yeah, Nick Haley, yeah. No. So, all right. Well, anyways, that's kind of what I was expecting. So do you think she's going to hang on, or do you think she's going to try to stay in it for South Carolina, or do you think she's going to give it up before then?
I mean, the statement from her campaign, now this is before she had officially lost last evening, said she's going to push on to Super Tuesday.
Okay.
So,
well, let's see what happens then. I guess we can wish her the best of luck, but yeah, I think we all know where it's going to end up at. So
pretty much.
Anyways, I guess we'll let you go with that and see what we can come up with, and we're going to keep on moseying along down through here in Virginia. And I don't know how it is over there on Gilligan's side of Virginia, but over here on the 95 corridor, there's no snow from all the way in Virginia. There's snow. What little bit of snow here is already gone, so there's not much chance of flooding unless the rain is torrential there later in the days. So, anyways, all right, we'll catch you later, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Good morning. All right, the numbers, New Hampshire. I mean, they're at 89% tabulated, according to what I'm seeing here. There are about 37,000 votes still to come in, but Donald Trump with 54.6%. Nikki Haley with 43.2%. So, double-digit margin, Trump victory. Let's see, 160,444 votes for Trump, 127,102 for Nikki Haley. Ron DeSantis actually picked up, right now it's almost at 2,000 votes. Why do you go ahead and vote for a candidate that's already dropped out of the race? Can't help but wonder. Were they unawares? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Real quick, let's see, a couple of things he was inquiring about there. There's just so much to keep up with around the world, but the attack on U.S. forces, we responded to that attack in Iraq. Going back a couple of days ago, a number of U.S. military personnel injured in a missile attack on an airbase in western Iraq. Central Command said it was an Iran-backed militia that targeted the Al-Assad air base, which hosts American troops, with ballistic missiles and rockets over the weekend, Saturday evening. An unspecified number of U.S. personnel were undergoing evaluation for traumatic brain injuries. At least one Iraqi service member was wounded in the attack. Strike against the base claimed by a group calling itself the Islamist Resistance in Iraq, a group that emerged late last year. It is comprised supposedly of several Iran-affiliated armed groups that are operating in Iraq. They've claimed other attacks against U.S. forces in recent weeks as well. The Al-Assad base has been attacked repeatedly in recent years. Now, the military said most of the missiles fired Saturday were intercepted, but some were able to get through the air defense, hitting the base. In the latest in a series of attacks on U.S. positions in Iraq and Syria by Iran's proxies in the region since the Israeli-Gaza outbreak. U.S. forces did carry out another airstrike Saturday against the Houthis, who control much of western Yemen. Supposedly targeted a launch site after identifying an anti-ship missile there that was aimed toward the Gulf of Aden, prepared to launch. So that just kind of goes on and on. Yes, and it was a deadly day for Israeli military forces. Tuesday, Benjamin Netanyahu says, we will push on fighting in Gaza until absolute victory. Despite suffering one of their toughest days of the offensive since it started. Yesterday, we experienced one of the most difficult days since the war erupted. In the name of our heroes, for the sake of our lives, we will not stop fighting until absolute victory, said the military was investigating the tragedy, which 21 soldiers killed when buildings exploded in central Gaza. That brought that single-day Israeli death toll to 24 Israeli soldiers on that date. And we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me give you the update from north of the border where a Canadian federal judge found Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's use of a counter-terrorism law to shut down the Freedom Convoy trucker protest against the vaccine mandates and the other lockdown measures in 22 as unconstitutional. Federal Judge Richard Mosley ruling that the use of the Emergencies Act by the Liberal government of Justin Trudeau to shut down a series of trucker-led protests back in February of 22 was unreasonable. The ruling in response to a legal case brought forward by the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Constitution Foundation, and other individuals who argued that the protest did not meet the legal threshold for the government to use those powers granted under the Act, which had never been used and was originally intended as a means of combating terrorism. We all recall January of 22, where the protests, which were almost entirely peaceful, featuring truck drivers using their vehicles to block roads in Ottawa and along the U.S. border in opposition to the vaccine mandates and other lockdown dictates, for which they were falsely branded as racists by the Trudeau government. He triggered the Emergencies Act, reportedly at the urging of the Biden administration in the U.S., which allowed the Canadian government to arrest the leaders of the Freedom Convoy, freeze bank accounts of protesters, and seize donations that were intended for the protests. The Act states, for the government to declare a public emergency, there must be threats to the security of Canada that are so serious as to be a national emergency. The law defers to the definition of a threat from the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, which lists espionage, serious violence, foreign interference, or intent to overthrow the government of examples of what would meet that threshold. In the ruling, the judge says, I have concluded the decision to issue the proclamation does not bear the hallmarks of reasonableness, justification, transparency, and intelligibility. It was not justified in relation to the relevant factual and legal constraints that were required to be taken into consideration. The potential for serious violence, or being unable to say that there was no potential for serious violence, was, of course, a valid reason for concern, but in my view, it did not satisfy the test required to invoke the Act. He went on to say that the actions from the government also infringed upon the rights guaranteed to citizens under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is declared that the regulations infringed on Section 2B of the Charter and declared that the order infringed on Section 8 of the Charter, and neither infringement was justified under Section 1. The ruling of the judge contradicts the findings from an inquiry led mostly by the Trudeau government officials, obviously. They found that the government met that threshold. What's like the wolf's guarding the hen house. Meanwhile, speaking of Canadian Terry, because that was an item he wanted me to touch on, I got an email from Terry here a day or two ago, and he was actually wanting me to ask our friend Philip. Said he and his wife are going to be going to the Daytona 500 next month, and while they're there, they were thinking about maybe visiting Disney's Magic Kingdom. He said, I really couldn't justify $200 per ticket, so I'm just curious if maybe Philip might have any suggestions of where we might get. Are there any discount codes available or something we could use? After the currency exchange, it would probably cost us close to $550 or $600 Canadian to get in. I just wanted to, if it's a possibility, to ask. I'd appreciate it. I'm not trying to get anything free. I'm just hoping I could maybe knock down the price a little bit. Would you have any suggestions, Philip?
Don't go during peak times. So, go. It depends on, the amount of people that are there. You have to get the app and check for availability and all that stuff. What's kind of cool, though, is now the day guests don't have to have reservations. So if he wants to come in for the day, he doesn't need a reservation now. The reservations are still for cast members and annual pass holders.
Okay.
And then they have select days for that. But as far as a discount, I couldn't tell you where to get one at, buddy, to be quite honest.
Okay.
I mean, you just have to come at a non-peak time because that's how the ticket pricing works.
So
they have a lot of, people that are... Go ahead.
So it's like, would you say about like a Friday? Obviously, I'm guessing about Saturdays, and maybe Saturday, Sunday would be peak days. So you would want to come like on a Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe kind of thing.
Possibly, yeah, in the middle of the week. But you got to remember, Steve, we got the resorts there. So we have people that come in on Thursday and they leave the following Thursday, so they're there for a week. We have a lot of resort guests. Mm-hmm. We have 29 resorts there that people stay
at a time coinciding in the Daytona 500, I presume is going to have a lot of people down there, and so they probably aren't going to be knocking prices down with that many people there, right?
No, sir, they're not. I mean, business is business, and you got to make money to make the business. So there really isn't any peak time.
Okay.
So I mean, it's one of those things. You know what I mean? When you talk in the Daytona, if you're going to come a week before the Daytona 500, pretty much right now the Rolex folks are already at the track, and they're already testing. The Rolex guys are, so they're going to be running next weekend. So from that week forward for about a month, I mean, we've got a lot of stuff coming on. I mean, you've got the Daytona 500, you've got Bike Week, you've got a lot of other things coming on that are going to bring a lot of people into the area. So you got to be careful about when you book, you know what I mean?
Okay.
It's one of those things. I couldn't even tell him how to get for a discount. I mean, I really couldn't. I wish I could help him. But.
I just wanted to pose the question, because he said, he even told me in the email, he said, I just wanted to see if you could ask Philip. If you don't want to, it's not a problem. He said the worst you could say is no, but said, I don't think I'll have a problem just asking. So there you go.
Yeah, it's if you're trying to get a discount right now, I would say this much though: buy your tickets in advance.
I would do that if you were going to go. I wouldn't buy them like day of, you know what I mean, Steve?
Yeah.
Because day of, they might be pretty expensive because it's like when you buy an airline ticket, you know, you don't buy your airline ticket the day you go on the trip, right? So it's like really expensive as heck, you know? So, but if he's going to come to the kingdom and he is around the Polynesian, the Grand Floridian, or the Contemporary, tell him to stop by and say hi, because that's probably one of the 3 places I'll be at. That's the train I drive is the Resort Monorail. So that's the line that I work on. So if anybody ever wants to see me, that's where I'm at. I'm usually there between 5 and 1:30 Monday through Thursday. So just come by and say hi. We can sit and chat, take a picture.
There you go.
So I've actually had people track me down, Steve, from this show. It's crazy. I had one gentleman, his name was Ron. He was from Ohio. And this lady came up to me and asked me, said, "Are you Philip?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm the only Philip in monorails." She's like, "Are you Philip that's on Steve's show?" I'm talking about Steve Summer show.
Yeah, right, yeah. Well, hold there. We got to pause. I'm sorry.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. We finally have the names of the 2 Navy SEALs who the U.S. Navy declared dead after they went missing while conducting an operation on January 11th off the coast of Somalia. Navy Special Warfare Operator First Class Christopher Chambers, who was 37, and Navy Special Warfare Operator Second Class Nathan Gage Ingram, who was 27. Captain Blake Cheney, commander of Naval Special Warfare Group 1, said in a statement that Chambers and Ingram were exceptional warriors. 7 people were found shot to death in 2 homes in the Chicago suburb of Joliet, Illinois yesterday, in what Police Chief Bill Evans described as the worst crime scene I've ever been associated with.
We are currently looking for a suspect by the name of Romeo Nance. Nance is 23 years old. He's 6'2", 160 pounds. He's an African-American male. His last known address was right here in the 2200 block. If you have any contact with this suspect, please Contact your local authorities.
Nance died of what is believed to have been a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Police identified Nance, 23, after they discovered the bodies of 5 victims in one home and another 2 in a nearby residence. An 8th person was found dead on Sunday in Joliet Township, also believed to have been killed by Nance. The New Hampshire primary going on today to decide the GOP candidate for president. Experts are saying that former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley needs to beat former President Donald Trump by at least double digits. As of now, in a pre-primary poll, Haley is more than 14 points behind Trump, not to mention he's ahead at least 50% in her own home state. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is soaring as Dwayne the Businessman Johnson. He's joined the board of directors for TKO Group Holdings, the new company of the recently merged WWE and UFC. The company also announced today that it's partnering with Netflix, which next year will become the exclusive home of WWE Raw. Police responding to a shoplifting call in California and found what they thought was the most 2024 thing ever. A Sacramento woman allegedly stole about 5 dozen Stanley Cups valued at $2,500. The woman was able to walk out of the store with a carriage full of them of all shapes and sizes. Thankfully, an officer saw that unidentified 23-year-old woman's vehicle on a nearby highway, pulled her over and arrested her for grand theft. After a search of her car, the police recovered 65 Stanley Cups. The Oscar nominations are in. Oppenheimer, the top nominated film of the year, scoring 13 total nods. Followed close behind were Poor Things with 11 and Killers of the Flower Moon with 10. Barbie earned 8 nominations while Maestro got 7. The Academy Awards will air on ABC on March 10th. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, back as we get another hour underway. What's on your mind? It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Santa Claus, checking in from California. Said, I just sent you a link. Biden is pushing for national labor laws to resemble California's AB 5. In regards to independent contractors and hourly pay, this will directly affect truckers all over the country, like it currently does in California. The article I sent you is from The Hill, there in D.C. All right, got the link there. We'll share that coming up here in a bit. First, back to Philip in Florida. All right. Morning, Philip. What'd you actually call about this morning?
Well, have you heard the story about the Russian spy plane that was shot down recently?
I have not.
Okay, I guess I'm not sure of the date of when it was shot down, but there was a Russian spy plane that was shot down over the Sea of Azov, and they shot it down they're claiming that it was shot down by Ukraine, but with one of our Patriot missiles. And this spy plane, there's only 9 of them in existence. Now there's only 8, but it was confirmed. And then there was also a plane, it's called an Illusion 22, and that plane was a command center for when the Russians are doing their air defense systems, they have a command plane that talks with these spy planes. And this other airplane was shot with fragments, and they believe that it came from a Patriot missile because of the way the missile system is set up. It sets fragmentation out to keep other missiles from hitting it. So I just wondered if you had heard about it. I just heard about it last night, and I haven't got a date on when it happened, but it was a Russian A-50 that got shot down, which is it's a very, very expensive plane, and it has a very, very big radar system in it that can go, the radar system in it can go for hundreds of miles. It's comparable to, the AWAC that we have, Steve? You ever seen the AWAC?
Sure.
Little plane with a disc on the top that spins around.
Right.
This one does the same thing. It's pretty comparable to that airplane. And I just heard about this last night, and I was like, wow, that's a pretty big deal. If they shoot down one of them and they're putting us onto it, they're tagging us because we made the rocket system that shot it down. But I wonder how many of the rocket systems that have been used recently, especially in the deal over there with Suez and all that, I wonder how many are Russian-based rocket systems that are out there that are being used, and Chinese-based. So I don't know. Do you think this is going to lead us more into the wars with all this stuff that's going on around the world, Steve?
Right. Well, I mean, everywhere you look, there's tensions high.
I don't understand it, and it's getting kind of crazy out there. It really is. And that's pretty much what I was going to talk about today. And I see that on the news last night, they were really throwing Nikki Haley out there. The news is really throwing her out there. Have you seen a lot of that, Steve?
Yes. Well, I mean, the fact that she felt like she was going to win, it was going to be the big upset, and they were saying she had to win by double digits. Now, Trump actually beating her by double digits. It wasn't a good day for Nikki.
Yeah, why don't they just go ahead and just, the heck with the primaries. Let's just have, them running for president right now, because it seems like to me, and this is just my opinion, it just seems like to me it's going to be Biden against Trump, And the Democrats are not throwing anybody out there. I haven't seen anybody out there other than Biden. And the only one that's really challenging Trump is Nikki Haley. So, I mean, if the numbers are there and everything, why even have a primary? Just start campaigning now, all the way till November. You know, and because it looks like it's going at. What was it? Somebody said they wanted them to write in Biden's name. One of the states didn't even have Biden on there.
That was New Hampshire yesterday. I mean, I don't know what the deal was where Biden's name wasn't on there, but yeah, Biden did win New Hampshire with the write-in campaign there yesterday.
I mean, that's crazy stuff there. I mean, just, you know, why don't they just, if it's going to be between these two guys, just have the race campaign from now until November. You know, you've got all these months to get everything in together. You know, I think that's why kind of DeSantis pulled out too, is because I don't think he had the funding, in my opinion. He didn't want to carry it on. You know, why keep doing it, you know? So we'll just have to sit back and wait.
There was no path to victory. And I mean, that's obviously what the Nikki Haley campaign has to be looking at tonight. I mean, based on this, and that even in her home state of South Carolina, where she's polling 30 points behind Trump, there's no path to victory for her.
Yeah, I know. It's why I was like, wow. When I seen the numbers, I mean, Trump has always been way up there in the numbers than the other ones. Mm-hmm. You know, even when DeSantis was at his height, Trump was way up there. So, but Steve, have you heard anything about the train wrecks we've been having down here?
Not down there. I know there was one up in our neck of the woods yesterday. No hazmat spill, but three fully loaded ethanol cars and several others derailed. What do you got going down there?
Well, the problem we've got down here right now, and it's kind of funny, it's happened in one town. It's Melbourne, Florida. And I know Chevy Guy knows that place very well. He grew up in that area. But one of the crossings, within 2 weeks of each other, I believe it's either 4 to 5 people have been killed at this one crossing within 2 weeks. And this one crossing, everybody is going around the barriers. The two instances where all these people got killed in was people going around the barriers. So now they've got these like sticks up in the center of the road to show where the lanes are, but they're getting eventually to put in what they call the quad barrier setup, which means they're going to have a railroad crossing on each corner of the intersection, so nobody can go across at all when a train's gone through there. And the two instances where these people got killed were both Brightline trains, and those trains travel about 70 miles an hour. But the thing is, I mean, the video, if you've seen the video of these two instances, you can barely see. They got the footage off of business cameras that were around the area, and they just went around the cars, right through the barrier, and right into the side of the train. The first instance, they thought it might have been like a suicide because of the way that the car hit the train. You know, so they're having a hard time with it down here right now, and a lot of people are going to have to pay attention to railroad crossings from now on, because I think they're going to start cracking down on them more. I mean, you have that many people die within 2 weeks. It's ridiculous. You know, not even one person should pass away because of that stupidness. And it's happening down here right now. So I didn't know if you had heard about it or not. It was in Melbourne, and it was at the same crossing. So but that's all I pretty much got today, Bud. And if Terry has any questions, is that Terry from Canada you were talking about earlier?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he email you?
He did, yes.
All right. If you want to, if he has any questions about Disney, just tell him, just shoot him my number, and he can text me if he wants to. I'm fine with that. If he has any questions about it, you're more than happy to do that, Steve.
All right. Very, very good. All right. I've got his email address here, and I've got your number in my phone, so.
Yes, and if he wants to get a hold of me, and if he has any questions, he can shoot me a text or give me a phone call and leave a message. I'll get back with him. So that's all I got today, buddy. Y'all have a good one, and thank you.
All right, Philip. Thank you so much for checking in. Have a good morning. Be safe. All right. I did a quick search after you asked about the Russian spy plane thing. I guess this happened like on the 15th, which was a holiday here in the U.S. It was an MLK Day. It may have been the day before, but I guess, so it's almost 10 days ago. Headline says Ukraine shot down a Russian spy plane and an airborne command center, according to Kyiv's military chief. It would be a significant blow to the Kremlin's forces. After reports of the incident circulated for hours, Ukrainian army chief claimed that the Ukrainians' Air Force destroyed 2 of Russia's top-class aircraft, namely the A-50 long-range radar detection aircraft and is it an IL-22 air control post, both crucial to orchestrating movements on the battlefield. Thanks to the Air Force and the excellently planned and conducted operation in the Azov region. Now, I did not specify the extent of the damage or how exactly the planes were shot down. There was an interactive map that he shared that indicated that the planes were shot down over the northern Azov Sea that lies between the two countries. Ukraine's Air Force followed with a post with a caption that read, "Who did this?" In English, and a hush emoji. Kind of a reflection of the winking way Ukraine celebrates military wins. Who did this? If the claims are true, shooting down the 2 planes would be one of Ukraine's biggest successes against Russia's superior air power since the start of the war. It would also deal a blow to the Kremlin's military operations in southern Ukraine. The struggles and an escalation of Russian air attacks on cities across Ukraine have dampened morale, as has a growing reluctance among Ukraine's Western partners to commit to continue funding the fight. I think the U.S. announced yesterday, we've officially run out of funds to send anything additional to Ukraine. Out of cash, empty. Now, according to the Ukrainian Air Force spokesman, that the loss of an A-50 is pretty significant, given that the powerful radar that can see for hundreds of miles, Russia only has a few such machines, and you can imagine what a great loss that would be for them. Now, he said on Facebook that the IL-22 plane may have made it back to land and maybe was not fully destroyed, but he added that the A-50 aircraft was the priority target, and that downing a plane like that had seemed like an overwhelming task for Ukraine's Air Force until that day, Monday the 15th. The A-50 early warning and guidance aircraft used to detect and identify airborne objects and track their locations and movements. They described one of the IL-22 planes models, the 22M11, as described as a mobile air command post, crucial for battlefield communication. Wasn't clear whether that's the same model of IL-22 that the Ukraine claims to have shot down. But all right, Eagle, if you're on board, wake up, wake up. We got you coming up next, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There have been all kinds of varying numbers floating around. It all depends on which media outlet you may be tuned into. You hear a figure of 6 million. You may hear 8 million. You may hear 10 million. And we're talking illegals that have been allowed into the country under Biden's watch. Looks like we've got some rather firm numbers. According to the Congressional Budget Office, Joe Biden's deputies have let in 6.2 million. The southern inflow is more than 1 migrant for every 2 American births since January of 21. More of these people are also being released into the heart of the country, generally through the use of what they call parole authority, or a notice to appear before an immigration judge. Last year, 2023, the inflow included 900,000 who were released after they walked up to official border gates, plus 1.1 million who were released after they crossed through the gaps in the border wall. Roughly half of those migrants, 1.1 million, were let into the country by October 1 via the use of the parole loophole in the border law, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Biden and his Democrat allies are actually now trying to expand the parole doorway. The 2023 inflow also included 860,000 gotaways who sneak past Biden's half-built, lightly guarded border wall, and 430,000 people who remained in the U.S. long after their visas had expired. The figure is pretty close to the partial data released by the Department of Homeland Security earlier this month. The CBO data does not include hundreds of thousands of migrants released since October 1. The report noted that CBO estimates that on net, the number of people immigrating to the United States was 1.2 million in 21, 2.7 million in 22. So Biden's 3 years of inflow, 1.2 million, 2.7 million, 3.3 million up to October, adds up to 6.2 million illegal immigrants. All right, the CBO report did not discuss the legal inflow of foreign visitors who illegally take jobs for several months before returning home. These are the B1, B2 visa fraud that's rarely mentioned by U.S. officials. The CBO report also estimated that Biden will import an additional 3.3 million illegals in this year, 24. A report does not give a number for the inflow of legal immigrants, but a chart shows the number dipped to roughly 500,000 during the COVID disaster. The CBO predicted without evidence that the migrant inflow will drop after 2024. But the charts suggest Biden added 2.25 million legal immigrants during his first 3 years. Legal immigrants, those are people who get green cards or citizenship. So the 2.25 million legal pushes that total migrant inflow up to 8.5 million, or almost 1 migrant for each of the 10 million U.S. births during Biden's first 3 years. Wow, nearly 1 illegal for every birth in this country. Now, the CBO report does not give a number for the inflow of foreign contract workers. However, Biden's deputies have sharply raised that inflow from about 600,000 in 2020 to up to 1 million per year in 2022. The data suggests Biden's deputies have imported roughly 2.6 million visa workers. These workers arrive via the H-2A, J-1, and H-2B programs for the blue-collar labor. You've got H-1B, J-1, H-4EAD, and several other programs for white-collar professionals. Overall, Biden's deputies keep a revolving population of roughly 500,000 foreign workers in seasonal jobs, plus 1.5 million foreign graduates in the jobs needed by U.S. professionals, mostly Fortune 500 companies and their subcontractors. If those two revolving populations of foreign workers were added up to 2 million, that means Biden's immigration chief has imported a total of 10.5 million foreign migrants. Again, that is one migrant for every American birth in the first 3 years of his tenure. That's astounding. 10.5 million. That's legal and illegal. You put them all together. There you go. All right. Let me see. Eagle, I told you I'd get to you, but we're going to get to the news break first. Lots more to cover at 844-844-3388. Hey, the head of Toyota, the chair of Toyota, the world's largest automaker, said sales of electric vehicles will never dominate the global market. Those remarks published Tuesday on their website. Akio Toyoda, whose grandfather founded the company in 1937, says, quote, "No matter how much progress EVs make, I think they will still only have a 30% market share. The remaining would be hybrid vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, and hydrogen engines. Gasoline engine cars will definitely remain. This is something that customers and the market will decide. It will not be decided by regulatory values or political power." So EVs, 30% market share at best ever in his prediction. Back after a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. 7 people were found shot to death in 2 homes in the Chicago suburb of Joliet, Illinois. The suspect, Romeo Nance, died of what is believed to have been a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We finally have the names of the 2 Navy SEALs who the U.S. Navy declared dead after they went missing while conducting an operation on January 11th off the coast of Somalia. Navy Special Warfare Operator First Class Christopher Chambers, who was 37, and Navy Special Warfare Operator Second Class Nathan Gage Ingram, who was 27. The New Hampshire primary going on today to decide the GOP candidate for president. Experts saying that former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley needs to beat former President Donald Trump by at least double digit. The Senate working to gain more support for a deal on border policy, and at Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, what do you say? Let's get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Eagle, you hanging in there? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm in here tonight. I'm still awake. I had to do a little bit of late driving, so I didn't fall asleep tonight. I got a couple things to talk about, Steve, before I get to Trump and his situation and the border deal once again. I'm gonna be at the 500 this year. I was there last year. Hopefully the weather stays good. I'm heading to Daytona a couple of weeks. I definitely gonna be at the track this year. We'll see how the weather looks. I think the race is like the middle of February. So I'll be making my way down to Daytona once again. Well, once I get a load. Well, like I say, I live in Florida now, so it's not going to be that hard for me to get there this year because I told you I had to vacate Texas due to the individual we got in the White House. But Steve, I want to make one quick sports note right quick before I move on to the Donald Trump situation. It's been reported that Jimmy Harbaugh, Michigan football coach, looked like he might have a deal done with the Los Angeles Chargers football organization. Deal could be done tomorrow, from what they're saying on the news sports reports that I've been listening to tonight. So he's gonna leave. Look like he's gonna leave Michigan. I think he's done all he can do in Michigan. He got him a championship. If he wouldn't have won this year, then I could see him maybe coming back. But he's done all he can do, and he might have a possible suspension coming up. So it's time for him to go ahead and move on to the NFL and try to win a Super Bowl that he hasn't achieved. So hopefully he'll get that job in Los Angeles and he'll go ahead on and make something happen with the Chargers and maybe be one of the few coaches to win a college championship and a Super Bowl. I don't think there's too many coaches who've ever achieved that, so we'll see if he can make that happen. Now, let's get to this situation tonight, Steve. I've been waiting for this day for a while now. Once again, and I hope, Steve, Nikki Haley, I hope she stays in the race to South Carolina so she can completely get embarrassed in her own state because they hate her in South Carolina. Her own people hate her because she's taking jobs out of that state and giving them to other places. She's not even liked in her own state, let alone New Hampshire. So go ahead on, Nikki Haley. Stay in the race so you can embarrass yourself once again. You have no chance whatsoever of beating Donald Trump, Steve. She got beat by double digits tonight. If she had any class about herself, if she cared about the Republican Party and trying to make America great again and get this loser out of the White House we got in there right now, she'd do the right thing tomorrow morning and announce that she was suspending her campaign and putting her endorsement with Donald Trump. Her and all her followers will get in with Trump, but she don't have enough class to do that. Plus, she's sponsored by the Democrats, so the Democrats are going to continue on with her for another couple of weeks until they run out of money, and then she'll be the laughing stock of the whole deal. I'm gonna be laughing. I'll be the loudest one laughing, Steve, because I got family and friends that live in South Carolina, and guess who they gonna vote for? I guarantee you they ain't gonna vote for Nikki Haley. So go ahead on, Nikki. Stay in the race so you can embarrass yourself once again, my friend. Because I'm sitting back laughing at these idiots right now, Steve. It's all coming together for Donald Trump. The whole deal. Anybody in their right mind knows that Donald Trump is the best man for this job. If you compare Biden and Trump, there is no comparison, Steve. Let me ask you a question. I asked you this question months ago, Steve. When is Joe Biden gonna get enough guts to walk onto the stage and debate Donald Trump? Do you know a date for that yet? Huh?
I don't have a date yet. No, I'm thinking, don't hold your breath, my friend. Don't hold your breath. It ain't gonna happen.
That's what I'm saying. He can't even remember how to get to the stage, let alone debate somebody. But make that mistake, Joe Biden. Go ahead on, brother, and decide you want to debate Donald Trump so you can completely embarrass yourself in front of everybody and show them that the idiot that you really are. Because I think somebody said a long time ago, Steve, they asked the guy who the dumbest congressman was in Washington, D.C., and guess whose name popped up? It was Joe Biden. He's been dumb for over 50 years. This ain't something that just happened over the last 4 to 5 years he's been in the White House. This is a 50-year deal with this loser, and I'm fed up with him. And hopefully by the end of the year, Steve, we won't be dealing with this guy no more. And we'll get somebody in there that will lock down this border, brother. And I mean, lock it down tighter than you can get it. And I don't give a damn how high the fence gets, because this is totally ridiculous what's going on. I've talked to people driving the truck. I was on the CB radio today, Steve, talking to truck drivers all from all parts of the U.S., and they're all appalled at this situation. The Supreme Court ought to be ashamed of themselves. For they literally said it's okay for an individual to come into this country illegally. That's what they told the American people when they decided to tell Greg Abbott to cut that wire down and allow individuals to come in illegally. But I'm gonna tell you something, Steve. I've been telling you this for months now about the so-called terrorist attack. It's like I said, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. I don't know if you played an interview tonight. Well, maybe you can look up this interview. There's an interview that's going around the internet right now where it looks like a guy from a Arab nation he was a reporter interviewed this guy as he was making his way into the U.S., and the lady asked him, what was your intentions? Who are you, and what do you want from the U.S.? And he said, you'll soon find out what I'm all about, and you're not going to like what you see when it happens. So this guy here is announcing what is it. He's basically told the reporter that he's a terrorist and that he got bad intentions for the United States. And see, like I said before, Steve, here's the reason why people like me are so pissed off about it. It's not so much the immigrants that are coming in. And like I told you months ago, Steve, all them people ain't looking for no damn job. You got people, this is the reason why Biden, he should have enough guts to shut that border down, because you got people coming in here from other countries, Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, you name it, that's coming here with bad intentions, brother, and they just waiting for the deal to go down, and it's going to make 9/11 look like a Christmas party. Because, see, here's the deal, Steve, with the situation. You just said it a few minutes ago. I told you this a couple of weeks ago. I was in shock when I heard a reporter say this. You just said it a few minutes ago. I don't know how many nations there are in the world, but in the 3 short years that Biden has been in the White House, an individual from every nation in this world has crossed into the United States border illegally, and that's a damn shame that a man from every corner of the world has crossed into this country illegally. And I'm going to take a quote from Donald Trump once again, Steve, when Trump was in the White House the first time. He said, without borders, you don't have a country. And guess what, guess what? Donald Trump was right, because we're damn near without a country right now. If we continue on the trend we're going right now, Steve, you just gave the numbers of all the individuals that this person has led in the 3 short years that he has been in. Can you imagine what would happen to America, Steve, if Joe Biden was reelected to get into the White House? There will be no more America, because we will be overrun with immigrants. So this is the most important election. I don't give a damn. This is the 47th president that we will be electing this year. This is the most important presidential race in the history of the United States of America, brother. Because if they don't put Trump in the White House or somebody like him, America will no longer exist, Steve, because Joe Biden, he has no intentions whatsoever of closing the border. So what you got now, you got 20 million people in the USA illegally. Well, you put him in there for another 4 years, maybe we'll have about 50 or 60 million people. And then guess what? You won't have America no more. And so all these people that say that they don't like Donald Trump, you'll have a reason not to like Donald Trump in about 2028 when you speak in another language. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Good to have you on board. And, yep, there you go. Tell it like it is. Senor Heatwave, we got you coming up here. Vic, going to be checking. I think he's got some comments about Kari Lake as well. Another blockbuster story. I don't tune in to the likes of CNN and MSNBC, and there was for about 5 minutes a week or two ago. I for whatever reason I said I gotta go and wonder. No, I think that was the morning Hunter Biden was supposed to be coming in for his subpoena that he didn't show up for. I was gotta wonder what the coverage on MSNBC is. I flip over there and I didn't last long because they were just lambasting Trump, obviously, and the Trump supporters. There was a bomb threat called into that, what was the judge's name, Aragon, whatever his name is, trying to blaming it on a Trump supporter. A bomb threat was called in to the judges, and they hadn't identified, I don't know that they've even yet ever identified who made that threat or made that call. But it's just so blatantly biased. I couldn't stand it. Anyone out there that tunes into the mainstream, are they talking about what's going on in Georgia? Nothing to do with Fani Willis. Mike Lindell says, I cannot tell you how big the news is out of Georgia. In what he describes as the trial of the century, Professor Alex Halderman has issued a report that clearly shows how the electronic voting machines can change the outcome of an election. He showed it in the courtroom. Halderman works in Michigan. He has 3 degrees in computer science from Princeton University, and he conducts security analysis of precinct programs around the country and other countries. He's been to Australia, India, Estonia to do these things. He's been part of a team in California with the Secretary of State to help with forensics there, as well as Antrim County and in Louisiana. When he analyzed the ballot marking device, BMD, in Georgia, right in front of the courtroom, according to reports, Halderman asked the main counsel, "Can I borrow your pen?" The pen that he was writing with. Alderman walks over to the power button on the machine, leans down, holds the power button down for 5 to 10 seconds, probably 7 seconds, and it automatically puts the machine in safe mode. And this reboot happens. He then shows the judge the display, and it shows a picture of the on-off button as he's pushing it for 5 to 10 seconds to instigate the reboot. But before you reboot the whole thing, there'll be something that comes up to ask if it wants to go into safe mode. And then he pushes yes. So the electronic voting machine doesn't shut it down or reboot. It just goes into safe mode, which allows him to open files and even change the content of files. Now, what could any hacker do when this happens? Number one, they can install a pre-programmed outcome. Number two, they can program the electronic voting machine to do whatever you tell it to do, including changing the votes counted for one candidate to another. Votes counted for Donald Trump to be recorded is actually displayed as Joe Biden. That's what Lindell sent out. I've got a little more in-depth breakdown here, talking about the same guy, Professor Alex Alderman. The suit in Georgia was originally filed by the Coalition for Good Governance, a liberal activist group which claimed the state's use of voting machines, which include the touchscreen computers to cast ballots without the benefit of a verifiable print ballot, makes the voting counts susceptible to manipulation. After the suit, now this was in 2017, this was filed. After the suit, Georgia election officials changed their voting vendor in 2020 to Dominion Voting Systems, which also used a touchscreen ballot that provided voters with a paper ballot containing a QR code that contained supposedly their vote information. The Good Governance suit, however, asked a federal judge to order Georgia to stop using Dominion since they claimed their machines remain vulnerable to attack. The suit also claimed the Dominion machines offer voters that paper QR code that cannot easily be read to verify the accuracy of their vote. Halderman wrote a 96-page report in July of 2021. He began his demonstration before the judge, what I just explained, by asking the plaintiff's attorney to borrow the pen. Inserted the pen into the Dominion voting machine, held it for a few seconds, causing the machine to reboot into safe mode. He then explained how a person could copy or change files on the voting machine, actually change its operating settings, or install malware. He said accessing the terminal emulator could allow a user to bypass the computer's normal security settings and obtain what they call super user access, something that allows a person to read, monitor, and change anything, including ballots on the voting machine with no limits. Halderman said all it takes is 5 seconds and a Bic pen. He also inserted a $10 smart card into the machine. He said these smart cards can be programmed to replicate cards used by poll workers, voters, and technicians to access the voting machines. The poll worker and voter cards can be used county-wide to print as many ballots as you would like. Plaintiff's attorneys played a video taken outside the courtroom showing Halderman using a USB flash drive to alter votes in a way that was undetectable to voters. Now, this trial started on January 9th over a case filed in 2017 once again. The judge from the U.S. District Court in the Northern District of Georgia and a sister to NPR's Nina Tottenberg is expected to issue a ruling late spring or early summer. Now, Tottenberg was appointed by the then President Barack Obama. The plaintiffs say they're not disputing any election results in Georgia, and they say our case is unrelated to the 2020 election and the defamation lawsuits brought by Dominion. Of course, after the 2020 election, Dominion claimed they were defamed by several parties, including the likes of Fox News, Newsmax, One American News, and several individuals, Tucker Carlson, Mike Lindell. In April of last year, Fox, as we recall, settled their litigation with Dominion, paying them $787 million. The suit against Newsmax is ongoing in Delaware court. Newsmax states that they acted within the bounds of media organization to report the public claims of the then President Donald Trump and his lawyers. Now, at the time, Newsmax also reported that Dominion had denied all claims made by Trump and his team. During that time frame, they asked Dominion to appear on their network, that being Newsmax, asked Dominion to rebut any claims made by the president, but they declined to do so. Newsmax issued a statement, "In a democracy, there can be no more issue for important public discussion than the reliability of a voting company's technology, and the current Georgia trial underscores the fact that the vulnerability of Dominion's voting systems, machines, and methodology remain highly concerning and an ongoing public interest." Dominion's lawsuit against Newsmax is nothing more than a political effort to squelch free speech and free press, according to Newsmax. But you got the guy right there in the courtroom. Let me borrow your pen if you don't mind. Showing the judge right now, that's indisputable that you can manipulate and change the damn things. All right, will we ever get the real truth? Good morning, senor. How we doing this hump day?
Oh, good morning, senor. No, not too bad. We're over here in Desert Center, California, and I sure hope the roads stay steady. I don't want nothing shaking going on. I'll tell you what, Carrie Lake, she's a bound and determined woman to stay true to herself and to her constituents, and I believe she would be better off being a senator. That way there's not, a seat up for grabs. If she can secure it, then I would just say, keep the seat. Because we need every Republican, true Republican conservative there in the Senate as well as the House. So we'll let that one go to the side. Eagle was talking about Trump talking to somebody, and I remember that interview he had, and I'm not sure if it was with Bongino or if it was on Bongino's show that I heard an excerpt from Trump talking to Hannity. And the story is Trump, as a Democrat, was talking to Teddy Kennedy and asked him, who the smartest Democrat in the House was, in the Senate was, and Kennedy told him, and Trump says, "I don't like the guy, but he is pretty smart." And he says, "Well, who's the dumbest Democrat you got in the Senate?" And he says, "Oh, that's Joe."
Joe who?
And Trump's like, Joe who? Exactly. Yeah. So he didn't know who that guy was. But, yeah, I mean, I don't give a whole lot of credence to Teddy Kennedy, but I mean, you know, if you're there and you see what's going on around you, then, you know, if he says Joe was the dumbest box of rocks there, you know, no offense to the rocks of the world, but, you know, that's pretty sad.
Yeah.
That's pretty sad. I was listening to, I was going over the Sirius XM channels, and I happened to catch the Wilco majority, or anyways, they were talking about, you know, he was talking about the convention there in Davos, and he had some claims that everybody was saying, oh, it's conspiracy theory. And he said there was a German politician, I don't know, just that he was really had that German accent just down pat, you know. And he says, it scares me to listen to this guy. And it was from 2016, I believe, or 2015. And he was saying, with the advent of AI, elections will no longer be necessary because the AI will choose the candidate for president or for whatever.
Yeah. Now, how scary is that? I've seen that report, and AI may change the world as we know it, and that's not a joke. But let me pause there for a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is stopping in on primary voters in New Hampshire as they cast votes in the state's first in the nation presidential primary. Trump has maintained a strong lead in the most recent polls.
Nobody gets crowds like this. They want to see our country be great again. It's very simple.
It's a two-person race in New Hampshire between Trump and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Most of the recently dropped-out candidates have lined up behind Trump to receive the GOP nomination. All this as Trump continues facing pressing legal matters over his actions during the post-election period in 2020. He claims the trials will help him politically, not hurt him. In a narrow 5-4 decision, U.S. Supreme Court justices granted the Biden administration's request to overturn a lower court ruling that allowed Texas to erect razor wire to deter immigrants at the southern border. It paves the way for the razor wire to be removed by Border Patrol agents. At the same time, Supreme Court justices did not overturn rulings that supported the Texas floating border wall in the Rio Grande River. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joined the court's 3 liberal members in these rulings. A bipartisan border deal may be on the way. Maine Republican Senator Susan Collins says the proposal could come with a roughly $14 billion price tag. Some Republican lawmakers want to see the full bill text before voting on it. White House National Security Advisor John Kirby is demanding GOP lawmakers act.
If the folks on the House Republican side are serious about border security, and they claim they are, then they should act on the supplemental request and, let's negotiate this in good faith.
Charles Osgood has died.
It's been a great run, but after nearly 50 years at CBS, including the last 22 years here at Sunday Morning, the time has come.
CBS reports the longtime network anchor of CBS News Sunday Morning died today at home in New Jersey. Osgood was 91 years old. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A grand jury is indicting Alec Baldwin for a second time. USA's Tim Berg on what this means for the actor.
Alec Baldwin is facing new charges in the death of Helena Hutchinson on the set of Rust. Baldwin could face up to 1.5 years in prison under New Mexico law after a grand jury indicted him on a 4th-degree felony charge. As far as what this latest indictment means to Baldwin, attorney Andrew Stoltman says it's not good news.
Alec Baldwin faces an uphill climb at trial. Historically cocky, arrogant, liberal New Yorkers don't do very well in criminal trials in New Mexico. So I think he faces real legal peril. I think there's a significant chance that he loses and he spends some prison time, which will be very hard for someone like Alec Baldwin.
More than half of the rural hospitals in the U.S. lack maternity care. That's according to a recent report from the Center for Healthcare Quality and Payment Reform, which found that labor shortages and economic troubles are causing rural facilities to stop offering labor and delivery services. The report also found that more than 200 rural hospitals across the country have stopped delivering babies within the past decade. Get ready for one more from the Piano Man, Billy Joel, set to release his first new single in almost 2 decades. Turn the Lights Back On. It'll hit music outlets everywhere February 1st. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we are back as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. All right, let me get back where we left off there. Senor Heatwave, welcome back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for holding me over, senor. Yeah, it's scary. Artificial intelligence is kind of like the Pandora's box.
Yes.
Sooner or later, it's going to get opened up, and that can of worms is going to go every damn where. And ain't it funny how the two most concerning issues for the American people, border security and AI, fall under Kamala Harris. She's supposed to be the czar.
On both fronts.
Exactly. Failure on both sides. So, anyways, I'm just counting the days till the general election, and let's get this jerk and her jerk mate out of office. It's nice to say, it's one thing to say, well, we don't know who is going to be running, so let's just go ahead and get it done. Well, there is a process. Everybody's got to have their say, no matter how many or how little. We just got to go through the process. I know it may be a waste of time and money, but that's the way our system's set up. So that way everyone has a say on either side of the line, and the voices will be heard come November, whenever it's going to be this year. Was it going to be like the 4th or the 6th or something? Anyways, well, I'm heading to Fresno from Phoenix, and all I could think of is when I got the Lotus assignment was that goofy old boy that was an aircraft controller from the movie Airplane. Fresno? Nobody goes to Fresno. Good night. So, anyways, I'm going to be trekking it up that way, and I'll just be listening to you and the rest of the story. And keep up the good work, senor.
Very good.
Have a good night.
All right. Thanks for checking in, Senor Heatwave. I'm going to jump out to Arizona. Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Well, I can explain to Heatwave why Kamala was assigned with AI, because it pretty much describes her, artificial intelligence. Eagle was right on target with everything he said, usually is. I'm curious what Fox News and the rest of them are going to do with that new information that those voting machines by Dominion actually can be hacked.
Mm-hmm.
That is huge. What'd you say, 787 billion?
Million? I think it was million.
Is that what you said?
787 million. Yeah.
Well, still.
Yeah. Almost $1 billion.
That's a lot of money. Yeah, it's a lot of money. I can see them taking that and running with it. Can you imagine if Dominion has to pay them back that money when it's all over? That's a huge story. What did you say that computer whiz name was? What was his name?
Let's see, Professor J. Alex.
And what brought that on? I'm sorry, what did you say?
J. Alex Halderman is his name. He's from the University of Michigan. It was about, it was a case that was filed in 2017. I mean, we're going back even before the 2020 Georgia election.
Well, why did it take so long for it to come up? If it would have came up before 2020, that would have changed the whole picture.
Somewhere down the line, I think they said the judge actually just kind of sat on the case for 2 years. It's either
something like the way they sat on Hunter's laptop?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So now we have evidence. Remember when everything was big, hush, hush, couldn't talk about it? Remember that? Same with so now we have evidence that the voting machines produced by the people that were paid off
can be hacked.
Because others talked about it.
Can be manipulated.
Can be hacked. And we also have proof. Right. And the other way that they cheated was by stuffing the ballot boxes. And now we have, I've seen 3 videos of Democrat operatives stuffing ballot boxes recently. There's been 3 cases where actually have the people, they show them stuffing the bundles of ballots in the ballot box. So now we've got evidence all the way around. This border thing, I don't know how in the world. Now, they did say on your news that the Supreme Court told them they had to take down the razor wire, and the razor wire was working. I mean, the crossings just went way down immediately as soon as the razor wire went up. But, of course, we have to remember that the open border is a plan. It's a plan. That's what they want. They want the open border. It's not a crisis to them. And they keep blaming the Republicans. All Biden can say is, give me money. Well, the problem with giving him money is the money is going to be used to process more illegals coming across. It's not going to be used to shut down the border. Because you might recall, it wasn't too long ago, Biden actually had holes cut in the border wall, and he said it was so the antelope could migrate easier. And, of course, some antelope probably went through, but more illegals went through the holes in antelope. So I don't know how there's so many stupid people in this country that can still support a vegetable for president. This guy should have been in a nursing home a long time ago. He is totally shot, completely shot. And there's still people that will come out on national TV and say he's doing a good job. And, the fix is in already with the media. So we got the fix in. They're not focusing enough on the fact that all these illegals are going to be getting voting rights through the motor voter laws in many states, where you get your register to vote when you get your driver's license. And there's a lot of states that are giving illegals driver's licenses. So that's the fix. And then the fix with the media, Super Dyke, Rachel Maddow came right on national TV and said they will not air Donald Trump's speeches because they can't air information that isn't true. Now, I think they've had Joe Biden on there a few times, and they've had Hunter Biden on there a few times.
Right.
And they're the ones that said that the laptop was Russian disinformation. They're the ones that pushed the P tape. They're the ones that pushed all of the hoaxes that were put on Trump. And how stupid are people? They can't see right through this. And I think that's why Trump is doing so well, because finally some of these waterheads are waking up and they're seeing what's being done to Trump is just pure dirty politics. And then when you combine that with all the extra money they have to pay out because of having a nursing home patient in the White House, it's costing people a lot of money. And there's people are finally waking up, but how does it take so long? And the other thing with the border, they got to look back on what has already happened. You've got over 100,000 people died of fentanyl deaths because of Biden's open border. You've got girls being raped as young as 6 years old because of the open border. The cartels are raping them and hanging up their underwear in trees. You've got people drowning in the river. 1,000 migrants died making the journey last year. Now, they tried to make a big deal out of the 3 that just drowned. It was a woman and 2 children, but it turned out that was a hoax. It had nothing to do with who they were blaming it on. So that went away pretty quick. But people have to pay attention. They have to pay attention, and they have to get away from these biased news sources. The people are stupid because they're watching news sources that either don't report all the news, they leave out anything that makes a Democrat look bad, or they spin the news. So that's why we have the amount of stupid people in this country is pretty much right in line with the number of viewers with these fake news networks, and there's a bunch of them. So I don't know when they're going to wake up, but I hope they do. And I hope every one of these cases, they're finding out all kinds of dirty closet stuff with these prosecutors. The one in Georgia is going to be the best one to watch. She hires her boyfriend, who used to take care of traffic tickets or something. Zero experience with this type of a case. And Trump has some good attorneys. They're going to make him look like a fool. You'll see him probably working at Walmart with a blue vest on after this is over with. But she's liable to get thrown out too.
So
completely thrown out.
How about in your state of Arizona? I mean, I shared the audio. You may not have been. You may have been sleeping earlier. The conversation with Carrie Lake and the chairman of the Republican Party there. Are they talking about on your news there where he tried to actually bribe her into stepping aside for a couple of years?
I haven't heard about that, but you know, the way things are going with politics, there's no honesty anymore, and there's no truth. Everything, Biden. Here's how stupid Biden is. He has tried to make MAGA a negative term. He says, "Oh, the MAGA Republicans." By the way, he just did a campaign speech and he got heckled 14 times in one speech. But he says the MAGA Republicans are a threat to our democracy. But he never explains what that threat is. He just makes the comment and leaves it there. MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. So if you're opposed to MAGA, you're opposed to making the country great again, because we all know it's a mess right now. So, I mean, he makes himself look even more stupid with his comments than he already was. So, by the way, speaking of stupid, we saw another company that proved that when you go woke, you go broke. Of course, Sports Illustrated. I'm sure you already talked about it, but I don't get to listen much because I'm sleeping. So now here you got this Sports Illustrated. That was a place where you went to see the hot chicks in February with the swimsuit issue. That's why you bought. That's what put them on the map. There's people that are into sports, you know, and all whatnot. But that swimsuit issue used to break records with sales.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden, they figured they'd put a couple of models on there that belonged on the cover of Chubby Chasers magazine. That started the problem. Then they put an old hag on there, Martha Stewart, which looks good for her age, but nobody buys Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue to look at an 82-year-old woman. Nobody buys Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue to look at an overweight woman in a bikini. And then they made it worse. They put a trans woman, which is a dude, on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Now, who in the world wants to look at a bikini with a big bulge in the bottom? Not me. And they have to understand that the guys buying this magazine really would love to be buying a Playboy or Penthouse, which, of course, don't exist anymore. But they have a wife that won't allow them, so they buy Sports Illustrated to make believe they're interested in sports and really just looking for hot models.
Right.
And if they wanted to look at a big fat sweat hog, they would stay home and not even buy the magazine, because they probably got one at the house. So what are these people thinking? I mean, where is the common sense? It makes no sense at all. That issue of Sports Illustrated sold the most because of who was on the cover. Kathy Ireland, a few other, supermodels. That's what a guy wants to look at, unless he's gay. But that's what the average heterosexual man wants to look at when he buys Sports Illustrated. He don't want to look at a big sweat hog. He don't want to look at a make-believe woman. He don't want to look at a, I don't want to say wrinkled up old hag, but 80-some years old. That's not what you want to look at in Sports Illustrated. So there's so many things that just don't make any sense. It's just absolutely craziness going on right now. And that's why I think Trump is doing so well, because people have had it. They're tired of being broke. They're tired of using their vacation money to buy groceries. They're tired of being forced to buy an electric car, which is a total flop. Those things are a joke. You see what happened in Chicago?
Right.
The people, when you're running your heater, it runs the battery down. When it's 11 degrees, you might be running your heater quite a bit. So they go to the charging station, and they're all used up. They can't get to it. So they're sitting there freezing their butts off with this electric car. They can't run the heater because the damn battery's dead. What a joke. And then GM and Ford have lost billions of dollars on these electric cars. Nobody wants them. Hertz Rent-A-Car sold 20,000 of them because nobody wanted to rent them. You could rent them for literally for pennies because nobody wanted them. A lot of people rent a car to take a trip. Who the hell wants to go to Florida and stop 5 times to charge up the car?
Exactly.
Nobody wants to do that. It takes 45 minutes to charge up a car, and that's with the top charging station, the high voltage ones. If you hook up, a friend of mine, she rented a Tesla because it was really cheap and came to one of my car shows, and I let her park behind my space. So she said the battery was down pretty low, and I said, well, I have my generator here because I run a fan because it's hot out. I said, I'll just plug it in. So here I look it up. If you try to charge a Tesla with 120 volts, it can take 20 to 40 hours. You have to charge it with, the 220. It's the high voltage. And I heard that the ones along the highway are even more efficient. But there's no such thing. You see these jokes where a guy driving a Tesla and they have a little rack on the back of it and there's a generator on there.
Right.
Well, if that generator is putting out 120 volts, he might as well just be pissing in the wind because it ain't going to do nothing. It would take, he'd put in more time than he puts in a week of work trying to charge up a stupid Tesla. So another joke. Anything, these Biden is a career politician. He lost, when he won for a president, he lost 2 other attempts and won them in 1988. He had to step away because of plagiarism. The guy, there's nobody in the world with an IQ higher than their waist size would ever believe that a guy who had 30 people show up at his rallies got 81 million votes. Nobody with any common sense would ever believe that. It just doesn't make any sense. All I remember about that election night was when I went to sleep, Trump was way ahead. I went to sleep comfortable, happy, and when I woke up, Biden was ahead. So what happened overnight? And that's the big question. And that stupid commercial about that cream you rub on you if you stink.
Your Lumi.
That thing is on TV almost every 10 minutes. That comes on TV. And I wasn't paying much attention because it's boring, but she actually stands up and puts her hand by her butt. Oh, you can put it on your butt crack. You can put it in your crotch. You can put it under your boobs. And then I hadn't paid attention, but I watched it. And you know what she said? She was told about this product by her gynecologist. Now, Steve, I was out and about for quite a few years, and I know one thing. When I would catch a whiff, I'm out the door. When your gynecologist tells you that you got to get some cream and smear it on because you stink, you might be buying a little bit more than cream. You might be going down to CVS and getting a bottle of that Summer's Eve. That would be my suggestion. But that's about all I got. So I'll see you later.
Good to hear from you, Ranger. Oh goodness, what do you say? It's 25 past the hour. Let me get to Vic. We'll get started here. Morning, Vic. What do you say?
No, it's good to hear from Ranger there. But Yeah, he's kind of right about that. That would be some of these doctors. I look at some of these women and it's like, I pity the poor doctor. And a long time ago, when I was in that unit in Chicago, I was in there with the guy that had been in Vietnam, and his job was to sit on a Coca-Cola stand and swab the genitals of some of those Native women. That guy was totally ruined. He did not want to go to any of the go-go bars, I'll say, or anything. I mean, it was, I guess Pete finally got over all that, but it was some of the stories he would tell. They'd even have mold growing, and it was pretty disgusting. And he was swabbing them with Jensen Violent, which is a anti-mold thing. But anyway, back to the other subject that you mentioned about that voting machine, and I had seen that. I didn't realize that case had been filed in 2017, but obviously they had the fix in clear back then. And remember the whole insurance policy thing and all that with Trump and the Russian collusion. And it was based on the Steele dossier. Well, when you went to any of the old Cold War countries back then, and Russia particularly, they would constantly warn you, your motel, hotel room, or wherever you go, it will be recorded. And the KGB and the GRU will keep a file on you. So make sure you don't do anything that could embarrass you. And I'm sure Trump got the same message somewhere along the line. And many of those people, when they came back from those countries, they would be debriefed by one of the intelligence agencies. So those intelligence agencies knew from day one that Steele dossier was nothing but totally fake, because they would have had a record on it. So they were in on the fix. And the reason I mention that is talking about this Carrie Lake. If she gets into the Senate and the Republicans take both the House and the Senate and the Congress, and Trump gets reelected, then that's pretty much the end of the story for the crony capitalist. I believe Mark Levin came up with that comment. And that's what they fear. And that World Economic Forum over there in Davos with Klaus Schwab, they had a lot of those crony capitalists there from all around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And they do not want to see whatever it is they have in store coming up. I know they're trying to get a hold of as much land as possible all around the world, not just here, but all around the world. And they came out, I don't know if you've seen that today or not, but they...
All right, let's, we got to pause there because it's news break time, but we'll return right after this.
USA News Update. 7 people were found shot to death in 2 homes in the Chicago suburb of Joliet, Illinois. The suspect, Romeo Nance, died of what is believed to have been a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We finally have the names of the 2 Navy SEALs who the U.S. Navy declared dead after they went missing while conducting an operation on January 11th off the coast of Somalia. Navy Special Warfare Operator First Class Christopher Chambers, who was 37, and Navy Special Warfare Operator Second Class Nathan Gage Ingram, who was 27. The New Hampshire primary going on today to decide the GOP candidate for president. Experts saying that former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley needs to beat former President Donald Trump by at least double digit. The Senate working to gain more support for a deal on border policy. And at Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you say? Good to have you on board as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, making our way into a Wednesday. All right, Vic, where'd we leave off there?
Well, I was talking about Terry Lake and what they call it, crony capitalist there, and the World Hearing, or the World Economic Forum they had over in Switzerland. And what I was going to say is they have decided there in the World Economic Forum and the other people that farming or agricultural prospects is contributing to this climate change and whatever they call it. They're now even calling it a crisis. And oddly enough, they were going after coffee bean plantations. You know, it's like the coffee bean plantations are either off the west coast of Africa or in South America, pretty much. I mean, I know there's some others, but that's the two main producing regions. and they contribute to a lot of, I guess I'd say, employment. You know, for the people less fortunate. I mean, the attack is on property rights. You know, the Fourth Amendment is basically what it is about, and they're trying to change all of that for all the different countries. And you mentioned the and that kind of fits into this border situation. You mentioned about that, what do you call it, the border law or whatever. I believe it's called the Immigration and Neutrality Act. I forget exactly when it was passed, but I looked at that today, and also the Secure Fence Act of 2006, and I really don't understand how that Supreme Court came up with that decision against Texas, because in both of those laws, it clearly lays out what the responsibility of the federal government is, and then also when Kay Bailey Hutchison was a senator there out of Texas, they had a lot of problems with that Secure Fence Act because there were some people, I guess, they owned properties along the Rio Grande there, but the fence was going to cut them off from their other property. But by and large, both of those, the only thing that the Border Patrol really was supposed to have access to was to travel along the actual, what they call the border area. We've had treaties with Mexico that allowed them to travel, you know, along each sides of the Rio Grande. So the Border Patrol really didn't have any authority to come across anybody's private property. And as I understand it, some of those reservoirs were actually put in place to protect Texas residents' property. So I just have the whole thing. I wrote it and see it all, or really research it. But I would like to, somewhere I'll read a summation, you know, both the dissenting opinion and the opinion that passed that, because when I look at those two laws, I don't know how they could say that the Border Patrol had the right to go in there and cut that reservoir. And again, this comes back to one thing. If Kari Lake can take the Senate there in Arizona, and, you know, that'll be another person, another voice in the Senate. And if they get Republican Congress again, you know, they can go back and clean up a lot of this stuff, and they can go back and basically investigate things properly the way they should be. And the other the point when you're looking at all this stuff that is going on there, I imagine a lot of people have a lot of money invested and thought it was going to go their way, whether it's selling armaments or, you know, getting these illegals in or whatever it is. I think they realize that day will pretty much be done. And the other thing you were talking about, these with Trump and all these cases, I don't know if you've seen that or not, but you've seen sometimes on the news they say, well, you know, just whether they win or lose anymore, that's not the point. The point is that the punishment is just going through the process of a lawsuit, and I can attest to that, because when I went through mine, they delayed it, they did this, they did that, trying to run me out of money, and that didn't work. And finally they gave up, and then it sure didn't come out their way. And then when I go to get the transcripts, well, we didn't put everything on the record. And then I know of other cases where the record was changed after a judge or someone actually agreed to things in court. So our justice system, what you're seeing with Trump, that's just, I'm amazed really at the way our justice system is working right now. But it really is an injustice system, and that's a shame. And they have all these different judges and prosecutors and everything else in there. So maybe, just maybe, Trump will go in there and they will get that whole justice system cleaned up and operating the way it should be. So when you look at all that, And these people, the Republican Party, I think they've been in on a lot of these fixes a long time ago, or they used to call them a sellout.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe they had a role. They had a role in getting Obama elected way back when, because they didn't like Jesse Jackson, and they thought, we put Obama in there and he'll do this and do that. Well, once they put him in there, then they had no idea what he really had in mind. He was going to go with Saul Alinsky and the Rules for Radicals, and they really were planning on that. And he went farther than what they wanted to, and the whole deal there with Hillary and Trump in 2016 and all that. Probably if Hillary hadn't messed up the way she did as Secretary of State, she alienated a lot of people and threw in with Obama. She had the election lost before she ran, but I believe she would just promise that, hey, if you do this and you do that, we'll make sure you win the 2016 election. And they tried, but it didn't work. So, you've seen all that with the insurance policy, and Trump shouldn't be elected and all that. So I believe that they were making sure that they were going to win in 2020. And I believe that also led to that whole pandemic thing. I mean, that's just my personal feeling. So, but anyway, and the other thing is this Israel deal and all this, I've been referring to Mexico. Actually, we had the same thing here in this country with the Indian Wars. We gave the Indians the reservations and their own set of laws and their tribal laws. And, we now get along. And in 1929, we gave the indigenous Indians full citizenship in America. So, by and large, the deal with Hamas and Israel, people are keeping that constantly inflamed, and Hamas is not running the Gaza Strip or all that for the Palestinians. They are not effectively governing the Palestinians. What they're trying to do is just push Israel, off the map. And until they quit deciding Hamas or Palestinians or whatever, until they quit making the point that they're going to push Israel off the map, they'll never have peace over there. And I don't care if they have a 2-state or a 3-state or four-state solution. That's the crux of the problem. And maybe Trump or someone else might be able to come in there and say, hey, look, this is the way we have done it and with the Indian people here in this country. And there are other small settlements like that, all around the world where there are people that are within one country, but they belong to a subset. That's like the Kurds in Iraq and all that. There is a way it can be done, and they can live together, and it gets together. But running around like they're doing now and saying, the Israelis are being mean to the Palestinians and everything else, well, October 7th was also a pretty mean day, and people are still being held hostage. So, so with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Have a good morning. And the fact that they lost 24 Israeli soldiers in one day. Was that Monday or Tuesday this week? All right. It is 844-844-3388. Flipping back over to the email. Pappy sent me a series of photographs and an actual a copy of the tweet that Alejandro Mayorkas sent out. The Homeland Security Secretary, guy that's supposed to be in charge of securing our border. His tweet reads, I'm grateful to Panama's Minister Pino and Gonzan Samiri and their teams for providing our U.S. delegation with an in-depth tour of the Darien Gap and the facilities that they've built to provide relief to migrants who have survived the dangerous journey. Whole series of photographs of the facilities, the housing that they've built for these people coming from all around the world crossing the Darien Gap to make their way ultimately to the United States. What the hell's that all about, Pappy? What's going on?
Paid for by your taxpayers' money, Steve. Hey, I'll get to that in a second. I'll touch on it last. Got a few things I want to get through real quick. You hear that? Looks like they were addressing the doomsday clock today. They might click it a little closer to that midnight hour.
I think I saw a headline. I think Drudge had something about that. I didn't really pay attention to it.
Steve, we've talked about a lot of things going on, man. What did I mention? What did we talk about that was going to happen in January? Taiwan's election. Well, they had it, Steve. And I think they pronounce his name Lai Ching-te.
Okay.
He was the anti-China dude, got elected. So it's not what China wanted. I think they called him the possible war guy. So not looking good for China that they're just going to be able to waltz on in there. North Korea's Kim Jong-un came out and said, Steve, that his country is no longer seeking peaceful reunification with the South. You hear that?
Mm-hmm. Did we? Let's get reconnected there. We'll briefly pause. Every once in a while, those things occur. But, of course, we're getting it back together. It's 844-844-3388. Manage your callers from the... Come on. Hurry up. Modern technology. All right. Sorry, Pappy. We lost you briefly there. So Kim Jong-un is no longer seeking peaceful reunification with the South. What's he alluding to? He'd rather go to war?
Yeah, he's referring to Seoul now as a nation of the nation's principal enemy of North Korea. It's just a rhetoric being spewed out. Potato Face. Vic brought this up a little bit. Gave a little speech at Davos, however you pronounce it up there.
Mm-hmm.
World Economic Forum. Steve, you know they want to get to what they call a net zero carbon. Are you ready for this? Steve, I wish I could play these videos to you, man, of him saying this. He said that the farmers put out 30% of the global carbon. And to get to a net zero carbon output, that this needs to be addressed. In other words, Steve, shut down the farmers. Steve, why are all these people coming to the United States? Why are all these immigrants from all around the world coming here? I don't know if you heard these numbers. We talked about numbers being put out that just the vaccine itself possibly killed 20 million people. There's numbers coming out now, Steve, that between COVID, the shot, the supply chains being shut down because of COVID, lack of fertilizers, all of this, that over 75 million people have died, mostly from starvation. These third world countries were devastated by COVID. That's why all these people are coming here. Not to mention the Death to America crowd.
Right.
So that kind of brings me into our favorite Mayorkas here. See, we got to understand that this is a global thing, and that I hope I explained this correctly. See, the United States, Joe Biden's State Department, is working with him in cahoots with all these NGOs to facilitate their pathway to the United States. They're financing this and supplying transportation from all these people around the globe, get them down to Southern America, through the Darien Gap into Mexico, and then eventually into the United States. So them photos I sent you, this is critical to understand. The State Department is funding this. They are funneling all this money to these NGOs, non-government organizations, the Red Cross, the United Nations. You see this one picture in there, HAIS, H-A-I-S. First time I heard of this place.
Okay.
It stands for Hebrew Immigration Assistance Society. Mayorkas, Steve, he's an immigrant himself. Did you know that?
I did not realize that. Oh, then you got a big circle around. Well, somebody what's the China camp? Because I shared a week or two ago the numbers of Chinese that are coming through our southern border.
Yes, sir.
We went
yes,
from single digits a month, under Trump, to now there are literally thousands per month coming through from China.
Steve, Mayorkas was a board member of this Hebrew Immigration Assistance Society before he became Homeland Security Director. Now they got a base camp down there at the Darien Gap. In photos, they are building roads.
Mm-hmm.
You got to understand that Darien Gap is like a jungle. And when the rains hit, it slows the immigrants' path through Panama into Mexico. It slows them down. Steve, we are spending the money to improve the infrastructure down there. We're building roads. We are building concrete bridges over these rivers to expedite these people, to get them here. You think they're coming through fast now? Wait till they get done. Wait till they get done building all this stuff. You've seen some area photographs of the buses just lined up.
Correct.
Steve, listen, man. We got to stop the funding to the State Department. Throwing up some barbed wire down on the border is not going to solve this problem. We can't go another year. We can't build a wall right now. That's not going to happen. It's going to take many, many months, even if Trump gets elected and gets in office, how long it's going to take to build a wall and secure the border. We're done. We can't go that long. These congressmen need to shut down the State Department's funding, how they're funneling this money down to the Darien Gap through these NGOs. If there's a water main break outside your house, Steve, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's broke from the street. Taking sandbags and stacking them in front of your door and windows to stop the water from coming in is not going to solve the problem. You got to go out to the main valve and shut that thing down. You follow me?
Absolutely.
And the border's not going to shut it down, man. There's a guy by the name of Michael Vaughn, where I'm getting this information from, along with some other journalists down there. Michael Vaughn was a combat journalist, correspondent. He was a Green Beret, I believe. Special ops guy. When he got out, he went into the combat journalism. Been all over the world. He spent about 2 years down here, Steve. Going through the Panama Canal, spent a lot of time down there observing, taking pictures, asking questions. Man, Steve, that's about all I got, brother. I appreciate you, giving me this time. And again, this is why we got to drain the swamp. It's going to take people like Trump that can't be bought. People like Kerry Lake that can't be bought. True Americans that want the best for this country and won't sell this country out for $1. We got a year left. We can't sit on our behinds, can't sit on our cabooses. Got to get out and vote. We got to get out and spread the word. So I appreciate you letting me speak my mind here, Steve. And everybody stay safe. Probably talk at you tomorrow, man.
All right. Have a great morning. Thank you very much, Pappy. Alejandro Mayorkas actually made he made a visit down to Eagle Pass. Recall 2 days before his impeachment inquiry was being discussed. The timing was just ironic. But while he was there, he made some comments about just how many of these border crossers are being allowed into the country. And he reportedly confirmed that, more than 85% of those that are coming on, more than 85% of those apprehended at the southern border are being released into the United States. That caught some people by surprise. More on that coming up in our final hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. The U.S. Supreme Court is ruling against the state of Texas, paving the way for razor wire erected at the southern border in Eagle Pass to be taken down by Border Patrol officers. Meanwhile, President Biden is repeating his call for more border security funding from Congress. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott says more money is not the solution. He asserts the Biden administration must address its border policy.
Trump put in place 4 policies that led to a secure border, and when Biden came into office, he eliminated those 4 policies.
Meanwhile, today, news a bipartisan $14 billion immigration proposal may be coming together in D.C. Biden administration officials say there needs to be more funding for things like Border Patrol agents and more asylum court judges. Former President Trump is stopping in on primary voters in New Hampshire as they cast votes in that state's first in the nation GOP presidential primary election.
We may stop at one more, and nobody knew we were coming. This is pretty amazing.
It's a 2-person race in New Hampshire between Trump and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Most of the recently dropped out candidates have all lined up behind Trump to receive the GOP nomination. All this as Trump continues to face pressing legal matters. Democrats are dialing in on the issue of abortion as the election season rolls forward. Nearly 2 years since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, there is a new initiative marking 51 years since the landmark court decision was made to legalize abortion. Democrats like Vice President Kamala Harris say Republicans are waging an offensive against women.
In America, freedom is not to be given. It is not to be bestowed. It is ours by right.
The White House said Monday there remains an effort to pass legislation codifying abortion protections into U.S. law. At the same time, Republicans are debating the prospect of passing a federal ban. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Florida is trying to get the U.S. Supreme Court to uphold a state law there that places restrictions on social media platforms. The legislation would prevent large tech companies from banning political candidates and require the platform to create a list of content standards. The High Court previously blocked portions of the measure from taking effect, while several big tech organizations like NetChoice continue to challenge the constitutionality of it. A grand jury is indicting Alec Baldwin for a second time. USA's Tim Berg on what this means for the actor.
Alec Baldwin is facing new charges in the death of Helena Hutchinson on the set of Rust. Baldwin could face up to a year and a half in prison under New Mexico law after a grand jury indicted him on a 4th-degree felony charge. As far as what this latest indictment means to Baldwin, attorney Andrew Stoltman says it's not good news.
Historically cocky, arrogant, liberal New Yorkers don't do very well in criminal trials in New Mexico. So I think he faces real legal peril.
This year's class of Baseball Hall of Fame inductees will be unveiled today. The Baseball Writers Association of America will announce the results of voting at 6 p.m. Eastern. This year's group of inductees will join manager Jim Leyland, who was already voted in by the Contemporary Baseball Era Committee last month. Some of the new names appearing on this year's ballot include Adrian Beltre, Jose Bautista, Joe Mauer, and Chase Utley. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. One more time around on a Wednesday, midweek already. How about that? And we're hearing in the news breaks where the administration wants to make it sound like they're asking for more funds to, quote, secure the border. You got Biden and Karine Jean-Pierre going to the podium trying to say it's the Republicans' fault. They won't give us the funding. We've asked for funding. Now, did you catch the quote? Biden is asking for money for more Border Patrol agents and more border immigration judges to expedite the immigration hearings. None of which would do anything to slow the influx. Because right now, I mentioned this the other morning, our Border Patrol agents, they're not doing anything to stop the individuals coming into the country. They're pretty much down there as a welcoming committee, just maintaining an orderly process of a single file line. Come on in, come on in. You stay in line. Now you can't be jumping in. They're not stopping them. They're just directing them. All right, you go to building A, you go to building C, you go to building D, go through the process, and then they're all getting let in. That's the comments Mayorkas made here a few days ago. Caught the attention. Republicans are demanding information from Mayorkas. Comments that he made that more than 85% of the illegals being apprehended at the border are being released into the U.S. You're telling me 85% of these people coming from all over the world? How do people coming from China, for instance, how are they able to say they're seeking asylum? Yeah, they're not coming from Nicaragua, Guatemala, Haiti, Venezuela. Some of them may indeed be seeking asylum. We're just letting them all in. Jim Jordan, chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Tom McClintock, chair of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration Integrity, wrote a letter on Monday of this week to Mayorkas about what he said during a private meeting with the Border Patrol agents back on January the 8th when he went down to Eagle Pass. Of course, he is facing the impeachment inquiry for his lax border policies, not enforcing the border. But while he was down at Eagle Pass, he was pressed by Border Patrol agents about an interview that he had given earlier in the month where he said, it wouldn't surprise me at all if the release numbers were greater than 70%. The Border Patrol agents were like, wait a minute, 70%? It's a lot higher than that. Agents believed the release rate was much higher, and Mayorkas conceded to them. It's above 85%. Such an astronomical release rate shows a flagrant disrespect for the rule of law and for those Americans and legal immigrants who abide by the law. So Jordan and McClintock said, your frank admission of the Department of Homeland Security's release rate demands our attention. They have now requested Mayorkas provide them with information by February the 5th. All data regarding his admission about the 85% release rate, all documents and communications between or among Department of Homeland Security or its components from January 20th of 2021, the first day Joe Biden took office, to the present date, relating to the 85% release rate and a numerical breakdown of all illegal alien releases at the southwest border since January 20th of 2021. They want it by release category, including the statutory basis for the release. I mean, in other words, you're letting 85% in on what basis? I think it's essentially on the basis that they're here. They showed up at the border. No real reason to be allowing nowhere near that many. All right, Bradley chimes in this morning. I wanted to go back. He's shared the story about Kari Lake earlier. He said, it kind of sounds like the Mitch McConnell goons are on the loose again. McConnell at one point cut off all the funds to newcomers and incumbents within the Senate that did not align with his agenda. He did this to the likes of Ted Cruz, Rick Scott, Herschel Walker, God only knows how many others. He is a vicious, nasty, vile old man. I'm looking for Trump to pick Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas. He feels like she's going to be the VP pick. All right, we'll see. I would lean more toward Kristi Noem or Kari Lake, but Sarah did a good job for him as his press secretary. She was, unlike what we had with Little Miss Circleback Girl and the current Corinne Jean-Pierre. Sarah Huckabee Sanders was she didn't take any crap from the liberal media. Hello to Steve, Columbus, Ohio. Good morning, all the listeners. Getting to the halfway point for another week. Starting to look forward to a couple days off here. We're ready to head in for a trip to Indianapolis today. Looks like it's going to be, another wet, soggy day. Everybody stay dry out there. Indeed, it's going to be a soggy one. Back to the phones on our final hour. Eagle, what you got this morning?
Yeah, I'm back again. Yeah, a couple of things, Steve, about the, one more thing about the border situation. Okay, now, you last night, Steve, you reported about the diseases. What a surprise. You say got a measles outbreak. I wonder where that came from.
Right.
Wonder where, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking about you when I shared that story because you brought up the diseases they're bringing them. We're letting them in all over the country, and lo and behold, all of a sudden the measles is cropping up. Surprise.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, I heard you say that last night. Yeah, Steve, you seeing this stuff pop up, diseases that we had eradicated in America years ago. We came up with vaccines for this stuff, Steve, back in the 70s and 60s for smallpox, the mumps, and all these other third world diseases. And now they're back in the U.S. again, man. It makes no sense, Steve. It makes no sense to bring these people in. But just like Pappy said, they making it easy for these people. The Darien Gap, like he say, they making bridges. They making it easier. I've never seen nothing like this before. It's like they want a new generation of people in America, Steve. They're giving these people, you've already said, they're giving these people telephones. They're giving these people money, cash. They're giving these people clothing items, food. And see, here's the deal, Steve. The guy was talking about this today. The blacks in Chicago They are raising hell. You got a lot of black people that have been on the Democratic, they call it the plantation. That's exactly what it is. The people like Al Sharptons, the Jesse Jacksons, and people like that have been getting blacks to vote for them for years and doing absolutely nothing for these people. And they're fed up with it. And now they got these immigrants coming into Chicago, getting a free ride, taking things away from people that's been there for years, Steve. They're rolling out the red carpet, and these people are fed up with it. And now you're seeing people go the other direction. People that are lifelong Democrats are going to vote for Donald Trump because they're fed up with it. They've seen enough. And I don't blame these people because it makes no sense for anybody at this point, just like the guy from Arizona said earlier in your call, Steve. I've asked you this so many times. What person in their right mind is going to walk into a voting booth and put their name on the dotted line for Joe Biden? Got to be ashamed of themselves. Before I voted for Joe Biden, Steve, I won't even vote. If it came down to that, that's how I feel about the guy. If it came down to it, voting or not voting, if I had to sign up for Joe Biden, I won't even waste my time voting. But see, here's the deal, Steve. Here's what I'm afraid of. You were talking about the AI and all that. You know, these people, they cheated in 2016, and they didn't get away with it. Trump somehow overcame it and beat out the wicked witch of the West, Hillary Clinton. Okay, it didn't work out in 2020. They robbed him in 2020. And you know, if a person gets away with something once, he damn sure gonna try it again. So I believe, you know, they're gonna do everything they can, you know, to rig this election. I hope Donald Trump, I hope he got people that's gonna be watching these ballots, that's gonna be watching these things and keeping a very close eye on these people, because these are some dirty people, Steve. They will do anything they can to stay in power because they know that they're being on the street. A lot of these people gonna end up in jail if Donald Trump get in the White House, and they damn sure don't want to end up in jail. So they're gonna do everything they can to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't win this election. And like I said, it doesn't take a genius to figure out, Steve. Even if they do somehow steal the election from Trump, you seen it in 2016. I've never seen a man win an election that doesn't even go out in politics. Joe Biden, he's not capable of going from town to town, city to city, trying to get people to vote for him. Now, how can you think that a man could end up with 80 million people voting for him, and the man don't even go out and campaign? It makes no sense. So if anybody fall for the trick, like I say, if somehow Trump come out the loser in this election in 24, Steve, I'm going to be the first one in line saying it was stolen, because I know damn well it was, because these people are as crooked as a snake that crawl on the ground. So, like I said, I'm just asking people, you keep your eyes open. When you go to the voting booth, you vote, make sure that that ballot goes in that box or whatever the hell you're putting it in. Make sure that these people are not taking your ballot and throwing it in the trash can or doing something illegal, because these people are dirty, Steve. So, like I say, God bless Donald Trump. He got the people voting for him, Steve. It's obvious. The people are standing in line in the cold to get in and vote for in Iowa last week. 20, 30 degrees below zero, people was out there voting for Donald Trump. And like I said, people are desperate to get a change in the White House. And I just hope and pray God blesses Donald Trump and blesses America and let this man win this election fair and square. Because, like I said, we do live in the United States, so I thought we would have fair and square elections, but apparently the Democrats don't see it that way. So all I can say is I hope God will bless Donald Trump and bless the people that vote for Donald Trump, and somehow, some way, we can get him in the White House in 24. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, again, thank you very much. Have a great morning. Who's actually in charge? Everybody asking that same question. Well, they've been asking the people out there. A new poll finds a strong majority of Americans, even a majority of Democrats, do not believe Joe Biden is running things. Yeah, they believe he's either a puppet or is being heavily influenced by someone else. And most believe it is former President Barack Obama. Poll favors those who've been critical of Obama's decision to remain in or near Washington after he served 2 terms in the White House. Most recent presidents have returned to their respective homes after serving in the Oval Office. Former President Ronald Reagan returned to California after his 2 terms. Former Presidents George H.W. Bush and his son George W. each returned to Texas. Trump also went to his Mar-a-Lago home and resort in January of 21 when his term was up. However, the country's 2 most recent Democrat former presidents each remained relatively close to D.C. Bill Clinton never returned to Arkansas when his time was up, while Obama bought a home in Washington and another one in Martha's Vineyard. Both places, no connection to his prior to his career in politics. The Rasmussen Report survey this past week says a majority of Americans believe Obama is heavily influencing the direction of the country. Respondents were asked by the pollster if they felt Biden was merely a puppet for Obama or if the former president was pulling the strings in some capacity. 63% of likely voters agreed Biden is not independently running his show. When asked if Obama was influencing the policies of this administration, a stunning 56% of Democrats answered the same way. A majority of voters think former President Obama is influencing the Biden administration. They agree with a Republican congressman's claim that Biden is really just a puppet for progressives. The poll appeared to back up Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, who was attacked in 2017 by MSNBC during the second month of Trump's term after he criticized Obama for staying in D.C. President Obama himself said he was going to stay in Washington until his daughter graduated. Now, I think we got to pitch in to let him go someplace else because he's only there for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to run a shadow government that is going to totally upset the new agenda. MSNBC at the time called the comment silly, called the guy a conspiracy theorist. According to the Rasmussen survey, using Bennon's logic, a majority of Democrats might also be considered a conspiracy theorist now. The poll also found Obama is actually more popular than Biden. 52% of those polled said they viewed Obama favorably, compared to 45% who said they view Biden favorably. Now, this was a Rasmussen survey, 935 likely voters, January 15th to 17th, so just a few days ago, but the puppet, who's in charge?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
back at it here. What do you got, Hippopotamus?
So, I didn't know if you wanted to say, hey, Mike, to all them people on the West Coast, but we got a little bit past that. So, anyways, welcome aboard, everybody from the West Coast. But, so Vic was talking there about the justice system, and he mentioned it a few times, and I don't know. I've said a couple times, and it's been mentioned before, that it seems like the justice system in this country is about gone away, and we have a high-priced legal system. And it's whoever can make the other guy run out of money is the winner. So it's overpriced, overvalued legal system that seems like that we have now, and the one with the most money wins. But anyways, hey, so what I was calling about there is I noticed when I started out last night, my local fuel station there, the diesel jumped 40 cents a gallon in a day.
Oh, yeah?
You got any ideas there? Because it across Maryland, it went anywhere from $3.75 to from $3.59 or $3.75 to most every station for diesel now is $3.99. So I didn't know what the reason was to have everybody jump up to $3.99 a gallon for diesel was, other than the fact to make it look like it's not $4, but $3.99.9 is, you might as well call it $4. But I didn't know if you had any information on what might have caused that problem.
Would you think the weather issues over the past week might be a contributor? I haven't really heard of anything like refinery issues or anything.
Yeah, no, I don't know, unless it has a little bit to do with the home heating fuel side of it. But the gasoline prices didn't move at all, but as I say, the diesel jumped anywhere from 25 cents to 40 cents a gallon there, depending. And it seems like they all decided no matter how far they are from the loading rack, they're all $3.99 a gallon, whether they're 20 miles away or whether they're 120 miles away. They're all $3.99 a gallon, no matter what the transportation cost is. So I don't know. I think it's a conspiracy, Your Honor. I think it's just a conspiracy to make the price the same everywhere, but I don't have any verification of that. So anyways, as I say, I just checking back in with that, and maybe I didn't know if other people had noticed any fuel price change in there going on here recently. So other than that, we'll let you go. We're still riding around dry roads waiting for the monsoon to set in and see what happens with the flooding. So
here come the rain. It's been we've had it's been more of a light rain outside the secret bunker, but there is plenty more where that came from, heading off to the east. All right, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association asking their members to push back against yet another attempt to drastically increase the motor carrier's minimum insurance requirement. Monday of this week, they put out their call to action, encouraging their more than 150,000 members to oppose. It's Representative Jesus Chuy Garcia of Illinois. The Fair Compensation for Truck Crash Victims Act, looking to bump the liability insurance up to a $5 million minimum. We'll return after this.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is stopping in on primary voters in New Hampshire as they cast ballots in that state's first-in-the-nation vote.
We may stop at one more, and nobody knew we were coming. This is pretty amazing.
It's a two-person race in New Hampshire between Trump and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Most of the recently dropped-out candidates have lined up behind Trump to receive the GOP nomination. All this as Trump continues to face pressing legal matters over his actions during the post-election period in 2020. He claims it will help him politically, not hurt him. A U.S. military veteran will get the experience of a lifetime, earning a ticket to the upcoming Super Bowl. Los Angeles Rams rookie receiver Puka Nacua, together with the USAA and the Non-Commissioned Officers Association of America, is providing a trip to Las Vegas and the big game for two to Chief Master Sergeant Jim Sullivan. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, what do you say? Good morning to Gary Montgomery, and Rick in Columbus. Guess Rick's still a bit under the weather. You see, Roki says, had a press release January 15 from Gas Buddy that at the time said the average gas price in Ohio was up 21.3 cents per gallon over the past week. So again, maybe that Arctic snap, the cold snap, maybe have something to do with that. I mean, we just shared the Gas Buddy, not Gas Buddy, but Pro Miles release as far as diesel prices. Diesel prices on a national scale were pretty much unchanged over the past week as far as the national average. All right, we've all seen those funny little bits about, hey, Mr. George, how much you pay the new guy? Yeah, that's not enough. According to the report from the U.S. Air Force Aircraft Accident Investigation Board, maintenance personnel, Mr. George, caused severe damage to the $14 million engine of an F-35A plane, neglecting to follow the established protocol. Now, this is going back almost a year ago at Luke Air Force Base in Arizona. I guess it takes time to do the investigation. The plane was under service by the 62nd Aircraft Maintenance Unit, 56th Aircraft Maintenance Squadron. They were installing metering plugs into the augmenter throttle valve pressure tube assembly, following a December of 22 incident in which the CP-12 tube assembly ruptured on an F-35B. That incident caused significant damage to that plane. As a precaution, the entire F-35 fleet was undergoing preventative maintenance. Following the installation of the metering plug, the engine of the plane was run to allow the maintenance team to monitor the system for leaks. According to the report, prior to engaging the engine, one member of the maintenance unit conducted the required tool inventory check and noted a missing flashlight. Another maintenance squadron member inspected the engine with a flashlight. Following this inspection, the squadron member placed the flashlight on the edge of the engine intake. That member did not conduct a routine inventory check, which resulted in the flashlight being left on the intake. While the plane was in operation, no warning signs were noted from the cockpit that the engine had encountered foreign material. However, at the end of the test run, maintenance personnel became aware of an abnormal sound in the engine compartment. Nearly $4 million worth of damage. According to the report, every member is assigned to conduct the modifications, was fully qualified for the duties, but they noted the failure of all squadron members to follow the inventory protocol was the direct result of that costly accident. There's a reason you got the checklist you're supposed to go through, right? Everything that you're touching that goes into working on that plane must be checked out. You can't leave a wrench, or in this case, a flashlight, where it's going to be sucked into the engine compartment. $4 million, though. Hello, Truck and Phil. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation. It is extremely foggy all over the upper Midwest. I hope it improves once the sun comes up this morning, but we're warming to 47 today in Fort Wayne, 38 for Sterling Heights, Michigan. I guess back to the regular run. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back here on a Wednesday, Hump Day. And Knucklebuster, what do you say? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll do a simplified truck and field. We expect Steve down with 18 to 21-year-old, leaving that flashlight. They was probably too worried about getting back to their damn video games. Right?
All right.
I ain't got no baloney this morning. I just called in to say, man, you've had a good show. And, Steve, I was laughing so hard at Lone Ranger there that I damn near run off the road, man. I had to yank the steering wheel back up there. So anyway, have a great morning.
All right, so just checking in, say, hey, thank you very much. Yeah, get you a bottle of that Lumi. But yeah, that is funny stuff. What else in the mix? It is 844-844-3388. I found it rather interesting. This gentleman was talking about the continued push to go cash free. There is a major push to go to a cash-free society. Everything's got to be digital cards, and eventually the digital cash. How many people don't have a bank account? And just how difficult has it become for those people to live without one? Those are questions that are becoming increasingly important as more and more businesses refuse to take cash all around the country. People without bank accounts are shut out from numerous stores and even some restaurants that refuse to accept cash. As it happens, believe it or not, this reporter says, I'm a business school professor who researches society's transition from cash to electronic payments. I recently visited Seattle and was amazed by the mixed signals I saw in many storefronts. Numerous shops had one sign proudly proclaiming how welcoming and inclusive they are. Well, that right next to another sign that says no cash accepted, which tells people that don't have bank accounts, yeah, you're not really welcome. Believe it or not, there are roughly 6 million people in this country, according to the latest data, which would be about the population of the state of Wisconsin. And outside the U.S., more than 1 billion people that don't have bank accounts. Now, why would someone want to avoid using banks? Every 2 years, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation actually surveys people about their connections to the banking system, asking them, those without bank accounts, why don't you have one? People can respond with multiple answers. Now, in 2021, the top reason with over 40% of respondents choosing this was they didn't have enough money to meet the minimum balance. This is consistent with data showing that poorer households are less likely to have bank accounts. About a quarter of those earning less than $15,000 a year do not have a bank account. Among those earning more than $75,000 a year, almost every person surveyed had some type of bank account. All right. The second and third most common answer showed that some people are skeptical of the banks. Roughly a third of survey respondents agreed that avoiding a bank gives me more privacy. Another third said they simply do not trust banks. Rounding out the top 5 reasons were costs of dealing with the bank. More than a quarter of respondents felt that bank account fees were too high. About the same proportion felt like the fees were too unpredictable. Now, while many middle class and wealthy people don't pay directly for their bank accounts, fees can be costly for those who cannot maintain a minimum balance. A recent bank rate survey shows basic monthly service fees range between $5 and $15. Beyond those steady fees, banks earn $4 to $5 every time you withdraw cash from an ATM or need services like getting cashier's checks. Unexpected bills can result in overdraft fees that average $25 every time an account is overdrawn. The FDIC calls people without a bank account the unbanked. People with a bank account but who primarily rely on alternative services like the check cashing outlets are called the underbanked. Again, FDIC data shows almost 6 million unbanked and 19 million underbanked U.S. households. Now, given that two and a half people live in the average household, that means there's over 15 million people living in a home with no connection to banks and 48 million more in homes with a tenuous connection to banks. Connecting those two figures means roughly 1 out of every 5 people in this country have little to no connection to banks or other financial institutions. That can leave them shut out from stores, restaurants, transportation, medical providers that don't take cash. The true numbers of unbanked people is likely higher than the FDIC estimates. The questions on being banked or unbanked are supplemental questions added to a survey that are given to people at their home. All right. It is 844-844-3388. But yeah, working your way toward the cashless society. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, Pappy issue. I ask a good question. How are all these millions of people getting paid? I don't know of any businesses that are actually issuing paychecks anymore. We were forced to go to the direct deposit at least 5 years ago. I know. Most everybody's on the direct deposit thing, right? There was a little tidbit at the end of the story that says the true number of unbanked is highly likely to be much higher than these FDIC estimated numbers, because I guess the questions on being banked or unbanked are added to a survey that's actually given to people at their home. So if you don't have a home, if you're homeless, if you're a transient that doesn't have a permanent address, if you're an undocumented immigrant, these people are likely unbanked because you have to have a verified address and a government-issued tax identification number to get a bank account. Now, given the millions and millions that have crossed the southern border in just the last few years, there are millions more people that are in what they would call the cash-only economy I guess a lot of those, many of them are either working under the table, right? Cash money to avoid having to pay taxes. All right, let's see what's going on with Chris, I believe it is. Hey there, Chris. How we doing?
All right, Steve. I've been listening to that guy that Pappy was talking about for a few years. He's been down there forever. War correspondent. It's actually Michael Yan. It sounds Asian, but he's not. But he was like beyond special forces. He was a spy. They used to have infiltration teams in the Cold War, and you had to speak some kind of Slavic language, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think he spoke Polish, and he speaks 2 or 3 other languages. And, man, he goes to these places. He was over in Ukraine. He knew that war was coming long before it happened. But, he's been saying for years that about 10% of the people that go into that Darien Gap are never seen again.
Really?
They just completely disappear. Yeah.
Wow.
And
go down. Are they forced to be an indentured servant or something for the drug cartels or the drug industry, or that's killed and buried, or what?
A lot of them are killed, he said. A lot of them are killed by animals.
Okay.
It's so treacherous. He says people come up there in sandals and have no idea where they're going. And they're going into a jungle full of snakes and tigers and everything else. They get eaten. Oh, it's something else. And
wow.
but he says the Red Cross is down there, and they give these people maps and everything. He says it's crazy. But I don't know. You were talking about that jet engine blowing up the other night when Heatwave was talking about all his oil. I don't know if he's got a DD-15 at Detroit, but that thing has a breather on the side of it. It did it to me. Just all of a sudden, you're going along, and all the oil just starts spewing out of the damn engine around. It's just a damn crankcase vent, but they got some kind of fancy system on there, and it lets go around 600,000 or 700,000 miles, and they just frickin'. I checked the oil before I left. I drove 200 miles, and it ran completely out of oil.
Wow.
People don't. Yeah, I'm surprised that more hasn't been made of that, because when I looked it up on the internet about that engine dumping the oil, luckily the oil light came on. I shut it down, so it didn't blow, but. It's something people want to know about, because there's a lot of those engines out there.
Well, again, they ain't going to go far. When you lose the oil, they ain't going to go far. You're going to lock it up in no time.
Yeah, definitely. But, that's about all I had. He's listening to a good reporter there. He does a lot of photography, too.
Okay. All right. I'll have to check some of that out. All right. Thank you so much, Chris. Have a good morning. Thank you for being with us. There was one other, just a quick blurb in regards to airlines. The attention that the 737 MAX 9 planes, the one that had that panel pop off here a few weeks ago, they've been inspecting all these planes. Alaska Airlines just made a short announcement that they found some loose bolts on many Boeing 737 MAX 9s during the inspection after that January 5th incident. Many planes. Alaska Airlines disclosed that initial reports from its technicians indicated some loose hardware was visible on some of their 737 MAX 9 planes. I guess that it all goes back to there's a bit of an issue with quality control, apparently, at Boeing based on that. But many loose bolts was the word they put out. Hey, Senor.
Yes, I want to talk about the cashless society.
You remember the show called Laugh-In with Dean and Rowan Martin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There, it stayed with me. I've seen the replays, and I've shared it on Facebook. The guy is going to the airport, and he's wanting to buy an airline ticket. And they're like, well, how are you going to pay? Cash or check? And he's like, not cash, but check or card. And he says, I have cash. And they looked at him like he was a nut.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is cash? And it's as sad as it is, or as funny as it was, it's sad now because it's actually happening. In an episode of Little House on the Prairie, when they were building these toll roads, they had to come up with money somehow. So all the farmers are outside of the church or schoolhouse, whatever that was, waiting for the county tax assessor to tell them how much they owe the county. And they were talking about, personal income tax. And one of them says, that'll never happen. Well, sad, but it's true. It did happen. So, whatever was funny back then or thought of being outlandish, it's happening. There's no doubt about it. It's happening. I mean, I don't deal with cash too much because, like you said, you just don't know if these people are going to take cash. And if I ever do have a couple of dollars, I ask the people behind the counter, do y'all still take this paper money? And they look at me like, what are you talking about, man? Of course we will.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, okay. Hey, I was going to ask you, I think the Princess put down a picture of you and her, and I guess it was in the foyer of y'all's hacienda. And I was going to ask you, you were talking about having to take her to the beauty parlor this Friday, and you were kind of not looking forward to it. And she swore she was only going to get her hair cut. Did she leave you for 2 hours? Or was that a picture from the previous time?
It turned out the Friday cut, Mother Nature canceled that one for us. So that picture was, I'm trying to think here, probably a few years ago. But her hair's her hair's a little shorter than that now. I'll tell you that. But it looks good. She did that. But no, I did not have to sit outside. She did do the color and the cut, and she's happy with it. Which that in itself is a miracle, right? All right, have a great Wednesday. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight. We'll do it again. What do you say? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love.